Chapter 163. Ha! Suddenly, an explosive cry that pierced through the 9 heavens was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. Soon after, a wave of extremely powerful do-chi ripples suddenly spread from its mouth. The violent attack caused its large mouth, which was about to close, to pause at this moment. In the next moment, rays of dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from his mouth and illuminated the 9 provinces. There was even a faint dragon roar in the light, and its aura was extraordinary. Roar! King Kong glass body. Bastard, get lost for me! With an explosive roar, the large mouth of the enormous beast, which had yet to close, was abruptly opened in an uncontrollable manner. A golden giant suddenly stood in the sky. The moment the huge beast was forcefully pushed aside, the huge fist of the golden giant came crashing down. A huge fist that could shatter mountains and rivers ruthlessly smashed against the huge beast's head. Get lost for me! The wild and ferocious fist aura caused the space around it to swiftly shrink. Only when the enormous fist descended on the head of the enormous beast did the extremely condensed energy suddenly erupt. Bang! A frightening sound that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb caused the entire space to completely disappear at this moment. The originally natural and harmonious sound was instantly swept out, causing the energy barrier that covered the entire mountain forest to tremble intensely at this moment. The enormous head of the enormous beast suddenly became like a pile of disgusting mud when the punch landed. Not only was that domineering-looking black horn instantly shattered by this punch, but even half of its head was forcefully blasted off. However, before this bastard could do anything, Xianxia, who had transformed into a golden giant, suddenly waved his large hand behind him. A ray of light flashed and the large ruler once again returned to his hand. When the giant ruler entered his hand, it was like a dagger. Its large size caused the giant ruler to appear much smaller and smaller. Xianxia did not pause even a little because of the strange feeling in his hand. Once the large ruler entered his hand, he suddenly began to wildly smash the enormous beast in front of him. Numerous dark black viscous liquid continuously splashed out and fell down. Bang! 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 Under Xianxia's wild and violent punch after punch, the enormous beast, which had an overbearing appearance earlier, had completely turned into a pile of mud at this moment. It did not have any ability to retaliate. Bang! The final punch. The remaining dark black viscous liquid was suddenly blasted apart by Xianxia's punch. The golden light scattered and Xianxia's hand once again grasped the hilt of the ruler. A familiar feeling seeped into his heart. However, Xianxia's gaze landed on his 2 palms. Due to the long period of violent smashing, balls of dark black strange viscous liquid had stuck to Xianxia's palms. Xianxia did not pay much attention to it when he was violently smashing it previously. Now that he saw it, Xianxia could clearly feel waves of piercing pain swiftly spreading under his palms that were covered by the dark black viscous liquid. Through some of his exposed skin, Xianxia could see that his palms had already completely turned into a grayish-black color. Furrowing his eyebrows, Xianxia looked at the dark black viscous liquid. The words that came out of his mouth were somewhat astonished. This thing is actually able to penetrate my heavenly flame defense and invade my body with poison. Looks like it is going to be troublesome. Xianxia suddenly clenched his hand. Due to the poison, a numb feeling was transmitted into his heart when he clenched his hand. The brilliant heavenly flame within Xianxia's body also emitted a puff sound as it rose from Xianxia's palm at this moment. The hot heavenly flame was just like a butcher slaughtering meat as it ferociously burned the dark black viscous liquid on his hand. However, regardless of how Xianxia's heavenly flame burned, the dark black viscous liquid that adhered to Xianxia's palm was completely unaffected. Xianxia's heavenly flame had little effect on it. It was so weak that it could be ignored. Xianxia involuntarily frowned even deeper when he saw this. His eyes randomly glanced over. The dark black viscous liquid on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, swiftly withdrew and turned into nothingness. Xianxia's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this scene. He was naturally aware of the thing on this huge ruler. What else could it be other than the nihility-devouring flame? At this moment, the strength of the nihility-devouring flame had also been fully displayed. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. His clenched hand was once again spread open. Soon after, it slammed onto the huge ruler. The deep hollow huge ruler shook slightly and a circular invisible ripple spread. Xianxia's hand was nearly swallowed by it. The moment Xianxia's hand made contact with the huge ruler, a dark black hot flame immediately pounced over and vaporized the dark black viscous liquid. Xiao Yan's hand also returned to normal. Black flame, thank you very much. Xiao Yan suddenly spat out a word of thanks as he gently touched the familiar dark black flame on the huge ruler. Soon after, the aura all over Xiao Yan's body once again shook. His foot stepped on the empty air, causing the ground below to instantly form a deep pit. Xiao Yan's body also instantly rose. He held the huge ruler in his hand and charged towards the black barrier in the sky. High in the sky, old Luo watched Xiao Yan charge over explosively. His old face also revealed a relaxed smile. He swept his gaze over the barrier in front of him, which was becoming increasingly dim, and laughed coldly. Looks like your death spirit poison has been destroyed in this manner. In that case, it will be your turn next, Black Wood. At the end of his words, the expression on old Luo's face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, his shriveled hand suddenly struck out. Its strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than a man-class high-level Do technique. In fact, it might even surpass it. However, the result this time around was different from before. The thing that received old Luo's palm was a dark black arm that was agglomerated from black fog. The two made contact and a wild and violent Do Chi storm instantly swept out, causing the empty space within a 10,000-kilometer radius to suddenly shatter at this moment. The originally deep and endless empty space appeared even more empty. Under this firm and violent attack of old Luo, the dark black arm also began to tremble intensely at this moment. The dark black glow on it also became increasingly dim. Humph! Break for me! With a cold snort, old Luo's arm suddenly shook. Firm and violent Do Chi followed the Chi paths in his body and instantly surged to his palm. Immediately, his palm pushed forward with great force and a frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. Under this attack, the dark black arm was completely scattered. Following which, it slowly scattered and turned into a thin fog. The thin fog scattered with the wind and a somewhat weak cold laughter was slowly emitted. Do you really think that this death spirit poison is so easy to deal with? How can a mere bandit be killed? Bang! The voice had just sounded when Xiao Yan, whose body was still in midair, was suddenly sent flying by a thick black figure. A wild and violent force completely invaded Xiao Yan's body like a volcanic eruption, causing the Do Chi within Xiao Yan's body to be scattered by this attack. The various Chi paths and bones within his body had suffered quite a serious injury. If it were not for the protection of the heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and the protection of the heavenly flame within his body, in addition to the strength of his physical body, it was likely that just this attack would have caused him to be seriously injured. The powerful force caused Xiao Yan's body to be completely out of control. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused the skin all over his body to appear as though it had been cut by a knife. Waves of tearing pain were transmitted as his body instantly fell like a falling star, violently smashing deep into the ground. In merely a moment, a small half of this world had already been smashed into ruins. Puff! Xiao Yan's body lay flat at the bottom of the deep pit. The heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body had also completely scattered at this moment. At the same time that the armor scattered, Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The aura all over his body had also suddenly fallen to the bottom. His face, which had recovered a little redness, had instantly turned pale. Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly as he lifted them slightly. The enormous beast, which had been forcefully blasted apart by him earlier, had once again appeared in his sight. A pair of large beast eyes were staring at Xiao Yan, who had been smashed into the ruins at this moment. Its entire body suddenly shook. Immediately, it widened its large mouth and a sharp wind-light pillar instantly attacked. Damn it, it is really like a ghost that refuses to disperse. Xiao Yan cursed quietly in his heart. He forcefully supported his body and held the enormous ruler with one hand. The Do Chi in his body that had been blasted out also swiftly agglomerated. Seeing the swiftly approaching Do Chi light pillar, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. A heavenly flame suddenly appeared deep within his pupils. The hand that was holding the ruler's hilt was also clenched. A force gathered and the enormous ruler, which was inserted deep into the ground, was slowly lifted. Although he had been smashed down by one blow, Xiao Yan relied on his strong physique to forcefully ignore that little injury. At this moment, the blood in Xiao Yan's body was at the very most churning slightly. After all, it was a sneak attack. Even if his physique was strong, he would not treat it as if nothing had happened. Pooey! After spitting out the bloody sweetness in his mouth, Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly shook. The pain on the surface of his body was also completely eliminated. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler also suddenly exerted force, pulling it out from the ground and placing it horizontally in front of his chest. Bastard, since you refuse to disperse like a ghost, I will beat you until your soul disperses. With a stern cry, Xiao Yan's left arm suddenly shook. His palm was widened and a heavenly flame suddenly spluttered out, wrapping around Xiao Yan's entire left arm. Heavenly Flame, Eternal Ancient Ruler. Ha! The large heavenly flame palm ruthlessly cut across the body of the ruler. The brilliant heavenly flame instantly lit up the entire ruler, appearing just like a bright star. The aura on it also suddenly soared. The large ruler also became increasingly large at this moment. In merely an instant, it had turned into 1,000 feet wide ruler that towered over the sky. At the same time, Xiao Yan also let out an explosive cry. Bright golden light instantly flashed on the surface of his body. His entire body also soared with the wind. An extremely overbearing King Kong aura also spread, causing everything in this place to appear as though it was being pressed down by a mountain of gold. The might of the King Kong glass body was undoubtedly displayed. The enormous golden palm tightly gripped the enormous ruler. A thunder-like roar transformed into numerous substance-like sound waves that were suddenly emitted. Heavenly Flame. Eternal. Ancient. Ruler. The frightening sound wave caused the Do Chi light pillar that was shooting over to involuntarily pause in midair at this moment. The frightening Do Chi on it was scattered a little. Soon after, Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong giant, suddenly swung the enormous ruler in his hand behind him. A frightening ruler glow that blotted out the sun instantly shot out, covering the entire empty space. The frightening ruler glow with a might that permeated the sky swept out in an instant. The Do Chi light pillar that was heading toward him did not even have the chance to resist for an instant before it was destroyed in an extremely easy manner. The strength on the ruler glow did not reduce even a little. The moment the Do Chi light pillar was destroyed, it had already penetrated the body of the enormous beast. The dense white flames completely wrapped around the enormous beast. The frightening might of the heavenly flame completely incinerated it. In merely a moment, this enormous beast, which was still awe-inspiring earlier, would be turned into nothingness. Even though this was the case, the ruler glow that reached the sky still charged toward the black barrier in the sky without any reduction in its might. If this attack were to hit, the already exhausted black wood would definitely scatter. All of the danger today would also be completely eliminated. Xiao Yan stopped in front of the enormous beast as the ruler glow streaked across the sky. He looked at the enormous beast that was still churning and struggling. Xiao Yan coldly snorted. His two large hands clenched in the air and dozens of exquisite fire lotuses appeared out of nowhere. Humph! Treat this as my final great gift to you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to step into the advanced 3-star half-martial emperor level today. Xiao Yan's enormous body suddenly flashed after his words sounded. He disappeared from this empty space. The dozens of fire lotuses continued to bombard the enormous beast. At this moment, the black barrier in the sky once again began to move. Numerous dark black light pillars continued to appear out of nowhere and shot toward the ruler glow that reached the sky. Although this caused the light on the barrier to become so dim that it was negligible, the result was that the ruler glow that reached the sky was stopped in the sky, causing it to be unable to advance even an inch. Xiao Yan's body flashed and appeared in the sky. He looked at the ruler glow that had been blocked and knew in his heart that the strength of this attack was sufficient to cause Blackwood to completely descend into a low state. After all, the strength of a heavenly flame was not something that could be easily suppressed. Even though it was only a seed flame, this full-strength attack of Xiao Yan's was sufficient to cause Blackwood to suffer quite a serious injury. Therefore, this attack absolutely could not be blocked. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and a ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand and countless medicinal pills soared into the sky. They transformed into a heavenly screen that covered a large area of the empty space. Soon after, Xiao Yan's enormous mouth violently sucked. The natural energy and the tens of thousands of medicinal pills were all swallowed by Xiao Yan into his stomach. An extremely wild and violent energy rapidly gathered within Xiao Yan's body. Roar! An explosive roar sounded as a wild and violent energy gushed out. The rich pill fragrance transformed into a cluster of mist that covered the entire empty space. As he sensed the increasingly wild and violent energy within his body, Xiao Yan's enormous palms crossed and spread apart in front of his chest. Soon after, the spiritual energy in his mind poured out like a torrent and wrapped around Xiao Yan's palms. At the same time, an almost invisible energy rapidly gathered in Xiao Yan's palms. Specks of silver light also gathered in front of Xiao Yan's chest and formed a faintly discernible wormhole. However, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he was unable to casually open it. Therefore, this wormhole appeared to be extremely unstable. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan could not be bothered with so much. He did not have much time to consolidate this dog fart wormhole. At this moment, all of his strength was placed on the two palms in front of his chest. He wanted to rely on all of his strength to forcefully tear open this empty wormhole. At this moment, in the space behind Xiao Yan, the almost shattered figure of a huge beast appeared once again. This beast was actually unable to die under Xiao Yan's frightening bombardment. It was really a cockroach that could not be killed. Although Xiao Yan sensed that the terrifying beast behind him was once again following him, he did not have the time to care about it. Due to the great force exerted by his enormous palms, his golden body could not help but crack open. Under such great force, the space in front of Xiao Yan was finally slowly torn apart. However, even so, he was still a distance away from that step. Damn it! Open for me! With a stern cry, the space in front of Xiao Yan was suddenly torn apart by a powerful force. Immediately, it was swallowed by the wormhole in front of the huge beast's somewhat stunned eyes. It was also at the same time that the frightening ruler glow from Ling Tian suddenly disappeared at this moment. Those frightening Do Chi light pillars penetrated through the air after losing their target and shot down. Finally, they destroyed the enormous beast that was already in an extremely battered state with a single strike. In the next instant, under He Mu's frightening gaze, Ling Tian's ruler glow violently smashed against the dark black barrier. Coupled with the frightening might of old Luo and Qing Mu, the black-colored barrier, which had endured for a long time, finally shattered with a bang. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the empty space. However, the current Xiao Yan had already returned to his original size. His eyes revealed shock as they swept over the space where the enormous beast was located. Immediately, he bitterly smiled and softly said with a cold laugh, "What a pity. I did not expect a beast like you to have such a tenacious life force. However, what I did not expect was that you would actually die in the hands of your owner. How sad." The dark black barrier shattered with a bang. As the black fog wiggled, He Mu's blurry figure once again appeared. However, at this moment, He Mu's body was many times weaker than before. The dim black fog around his body could even vaguely penetrate through it, allowing one to see the somewhat illusionary body within. Humph! He Mu, you did not expect that all your efforts would be for naught in the end. Your 1,000-year plan will end here today. Old Luo coldly laughed. His sharp eyes contained a killing intent that could not be removed. This fellow had caused quite a lot of trouble for Luo Ao over the past 1,000 years. He had long wanted to eliminate He Mu as soon as possible. Today, this wish of his could finally be fulfilled. Upon hearing old Luo's words, Qing Mu on the other side nodded his head heavily. He and old Luo were close friends. He Mu's actions were greatly related to old Luo. Naturally, he was quite happy to be able to eliminate this demon. I never expected that my 1,000-year plan would be destroyed by a human brat like you just as I was about to succeed. However, this does not matter. If 1,000 years is not enough, can't I do it for another 1,000 years? I have already spent 10,000 years. 1,000 years is nothing. He Mu coldly laughed when he heard old Luo's words. He ignored old Luo and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. A strange glint actually flashed within his empty eyes. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. Could it be that this He Mu still had some secret moves that he had not used? Chapter 164. Xiao Yan, old Luo, and Qing Mu formed a three-way encirclement high up in the sky, surrounding He Mu in the middle. Their faces revealed a dense expression. Old Luo and Qing Mu exchanged glances with each other. They glanced at the somewhat weak aura of Xiao Yan. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. He had seen Xiao Yan's earlier attack. The Great Void Dao was something that many people dreamed of being able to control. Although the current Xiao Yan could only be considered to have a superficial understanding of it, as long as he had such a good start, it was only a matter of time before he completely mastered it in the future. Old Luo merely glanced once before his gaze shifted away from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, His eyes turned ruthless. His gaze was extremely icy as he stared at He Mu in the middle of the three of them. He Mu's increasingly dim body wiggled for a moment when he sensed old Luo's dense gaze. His face gradually solidified, revealing a somewhat familiar old face. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. An icy killing intent instantly surfaced on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. His shriveled hand clenched in the air. Surging dough chi spluttered out and agglomerated into a crimson-sharp long sword. The tip of the sword was pointed and the sound of air being split apart appeared. Immediately, the body of the sword paused and was level with He Mu's head. The crimson edge of the sword emitted a soul-stirring icy cold aura. He Mu, you are merely a wisp of remnant spirit. You should let go of what you should. This era no longer belongs to you. Old Luo's eyes were icy cold as he stared at He Mu. The aura all over his body was like a sharp sword that cut through the empty air and charged to the sky. This caused waves of clear thunder-like sword cries to involuntarily be emitted from 100,000 feet high up in the sky. Xiao Yan's and Qing Mu's gazes landed on He Mu's old face after old Luo's words sounded. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw that shriveled old face. His eyes involuntarily looked to Qing Mu on the opposite side. At this moment, the face that He Mu had transformed into was exactly the same as Qing Mu's face. When Qing Mu saw the expression on He Mu's face, a sorrowful expression involuntarily appeared on his aged face. However, it was quickly replaced by a deep murderous intent. He Mu, don't be so stubborn. It's been a few thousand years. All the resentment should have been resolved long ago. Don't be controlled by those filthy things anymore. My ginseng spirit clan should also leave the secular world. This world isn't suitable for us. In the end, the endless murderous intent was exchanged for a deep sigh and advice. This caused Xiao Yan, an outsider, to feel increasingly confused. However, there was one thing that he could tell. The grudge between them had likely been planted a few thousand years ago. He was merely the fuse. Today, he would settle this 1,000-year grudge once and for all. He Mu's old face revealed an extremely rare helpless expression when he heard the advice within Qing Mu's words. That's right. The 1,000-year grudge should have been resolved long ago. Although it has been delayed until today, it is ultimately still ashes to ashes. Old Luo involuntarily frowned when he heard He Mu's sudden change. The long sword in his hand slowly relaxed. When Xiao Yan heard these words, his delicate and handsome eyebrows furrowed even deeper. This sudden 360-degree change caused him to feel that it was a little strange. However, a weariness was revealed on Qing Mu's elderly face in response to this. He deeply exhaled a breath of air, and his entire body suddenly relaxed. Everything that had happened until today was finally going to have a good ending. It was time for this world to be sealed. However, in the next moment, He Mu's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted just as Qing Mu had completely relaxed. Ashes to ashes. Earth may not return to earth. In order to end all of this, Qing Mu, I will have to trouble you to suffer. Before Qing Mu's voice sounded, waves of dark black energy swiftly spread from the countless number of roots deep within the ground below. They swiftly wrapped around the deepest part of the space. At the same time, the expression on Qing Mu's face changed drastically. He lifted his hand and pointed at He Mu. However, He Mu let out a dark and cold laugh. His body moved and he actually ruthlessly charged towards Qing Mu's body. Soon after, he pounced into Qing Mu's body in front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes. Ah! Hey, Mu, you! A wild and ferocious black aura instantly wrapped around Qing Mu's body. He Mu's figure once again appeared in his mind. Waves of turbulent black aura swiftly spread out and merged into every inch of Qing Mu's body, completely fusing with it. Qing Mu, after sleeping for 1,000 years, did you really think that I was not prepared for you? I really have to thank you for helping me nourish this body for so long. However, from now on it belongs to me. Xiao Yan's body swiftly retreated while he looked at Qing Mu, whose tone had suddenly changed. His eyebrows deeply furrowed. From the looks of it, Qing Mu's body had been forcefully seized by He Mu. When old Luo saw this scene, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly rose on his old face. The long sword in his hand rotated and the long sword streaked across the space in front of him. A sharp sword aura suddenly shot out and shot towards Qing Mu. Qing Mu did not show any intention of dodging in the face of this attack. His body did not move. He looked at the sword aura that shot over and softly laughed. What do you want? Come at me if you wish to kill me. I will stand here and allow you to kill me. I want to see whether I will die first or the owner of this body will die first. This cold laughter was like a basin of cold water being poured over old Luo's head. Old Luo clenched his teeth and the sharp sword aura, which had already arrived in front of Jianghu, suddenly scattered. Old Luo suddenly waved his right hand in his fury. He violently threw the long sword in his hand. His face carried a furious expression as he looked at Jianghu, opposite him. Murderous intent surged within his eyes. Jianghu coldly laughed upon seeing this. He was aware that old Luo had already been restrained. Hence, he ignored him. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan, who was swiftly withdrawing. At this moment, Xiaoyan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The dou qi that he had just recovered had been completely exhausted when he tore open the empty space earlier. Even at the final critical moment, he had relied on Gu Yu's attack in order to unleash it. At this moment, the King Kong glass body had already scattered. Just this body alone was unable to endure the torment of this fellow. Xiaoyan also looked over when he sensed He Mu's gaze being shot over. With a glance, Xiaoyan's expression immediately became solemn. At this moment, the jade-green robes of this Jianghu were covered by numerous mysterious dark black symbols. The jade-green dou qi on the surface of his body had also turned into a dark green color. A faint black aura lingered around Jianghu. At this moment, he had completely turned into He Mu. There was not even the slightest shadow of the Jianghu from before. Tsk, human brat, you are really not bad. You possess such strength at such a young age. Even I must praise you on this point. In that case, thank you, elder, for your praise. Xiaoyan's body hurriedly withdrew while he stared at He Mu. His voice was indifferent as it was emitted from his mouth. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. I see that you are quite talented and wish to accept you as a disciple. Why don't you leave with me? Your future achievements will definitely not be limited to this. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. He softly laughed and carefully said, Elder, thank you for your kindness. However, this junior has already acknowledged a master. In this lifetime, I will only have one master. I'm afraid that this junior will not have the fortune to enjoy elder's kindness. Humph. Why do you speak so much nonsense? Leave with me. No one will be able to save you today. He Mu was the first to lose his patience at this moment. From the faint black aura on his body, one could tell that he had not completely suppressed Jianghu. After all, Jianghu was still in a weakened state. If he did not recover quickly, it was likely that even he would not be able to endure for long. With a stern cry, He Mu waved his large sleeve. A dark green dou qi instantly shot out and broke through the air toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw this. However, before he could react, Xiaoyan suddenly discovered that the space around him had actually solidified in an instant. He had been fixed in the air and was unable to move even a little. Tsk, you should leave with me. He Mu ferociously smiled as he looked at Xiaoyan. His body flashed and he had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. His large hand clenched in the air and Xiaoyan's body was grabbed uncontrollably. He Mu, don't even think about taking him away. With the old me around, no one can touch him. Just as He Mu was about to grab Xiaoyan, old Luo's furious body once again appeared. He beckoned with his large hand and grabbed at Xiaoyan. Tsk, is that so? In that case, I must capture him. If you wish to save him, you must first step over my body. He Mu laughed coldly when old Luo's words left his mouth. He once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body flashed and he used it to block between old Luo and Xiaoyan. However, a struggling expression immediately surfaced in front of old Luo. Old Luo, it's me, Jianghu, ah. Old Luo looked at He Mu, whose expression was repeatedly changing. His heart was unable to differentiate whether this was He Mu or Jianghu. Moreover, it was more of a struggle against him. Finally, the shriveled hand that was about to strike Jianghu paused a couple of inches away. He knew that no matter what, it was impossible for him to kill He Mu today. Since this is the case, I shall leave first. I shall not accompany you. Xiao Yan could not avoid the fate of being captured amidst a strange laughter. His body entered the depths of the earth together with He Mu. On the other hand, old Luo could only struggle for a moment with a dejected face before leaving quietly. Chapter 165. In the depths of the earth, within a strange dark green space, two figures stood in the air. SK, human brat, you have caused me to suffer quite a lot of injuries today. Logically speaking, given the taboo that you have violated today, I should dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and make you suffer all kinds of physical pain. After which, I will extract your soul and use these 10,000 evil spirits as the source to crush your soul. After which, I will leave behind a trace of your soul and place it in the soul-burning lamp to be refined for 1,000 years. He Mu controlled Xiao Yan's body with one hand, while his other hand was placed in front of his chest. His large palm slowly opened up, and a black light gathered at the center of his palm. Soon after, it transformed into a cluster of dark black spirit, which continuously twisted within his palm. Faintly, some mournful cries were quietly emitted, causing this strange spirit to cause one's hairs to stand on end. He Mu's hand casually played with the cluster of evil spirits in his palm, while his other hand, which was controlling Xiao Yan's body, casually waved. In the next instant, many thick dark green vines shot out from the space around Xiao Yan's body. They swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body, and tied him to a thick vine that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, He Mu's free hand clenched into the air, and a lamp that was burning with a strange flame appeared in He Mu's hand. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his heart involuntarily trembled slightly, and the expression on his face instantly turned grave. It was likely that these two things were the so-called evil spirit source and soul-burning lamp that He Mu had mentioned earlier. Waves of strange dark and cold aura were emitted from the lamp, causing Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily shiver. Fear also surged from the depths of his soul. These things were truly top-class evil objects in this world. It was likely that even the most powerful person would unavoidably feel fear in his heart upon seeing these things that could torture one's soul, let alone Xiao Yan, whose strength was only at the level of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He Mu casually played with the two ancient objects in his hands. He glanced at Xiao Yan and saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. A cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Soon after, he snorted softly and clenched both of his hands. A muffled sound was emitted from both of his hands. The cluster of evil spirits and the soul-burning lamp were blasted apart. Immediately after, He Mu once again turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan. Glancing sideways, a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes instantly stared at Xiao Yan. His cold gaze was filled with playfulness. When he sensed He Mu's sinister gaze, Xiao Yan instantly felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. An icy chill also slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. At this moment, his pale face appeared to be completely void of blood. This He Mu was truly an old ghost that had lived for tens of thousands of years. His gaze was as if he had crawled out from the depths of hell. He Mu's somewhat gray face once again squeezed out a sinister smile. His shriveled hand gently lifted in the air. Dark green vines appeared out of nowhere and took shape in the air. However, your luck is really not bad. Although your strength is nothing much, your body's physique has been forcefully cultivated by you to such a terrifying level that even I feel ashamed of myself. Therefore, when his voice reached this point, He Mu's eyes slightly lifted. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan. Only then did he continue to speak with a sinister smile. I plan to refine you into a puppet. When He Mu's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The skin at the corner of his eyes involuntarily trembled at this moment. In front of this 10,000-year-old demon, regardless of how strong Xiao Yan's willpower was, he still felt as if he had sunk into an endless hell. As the saying goes, one becomes shrewd with age. However, even if one were to call this He Mu an old demon, one would feel as if one was looking down on him. He Mu let out a cold laugh. A kind smile that appeared to be praising was revealed on He Mu's face. However, this caused the fear in Xiao Yan's heart to become even more intense. This face of his was really fickle. Although your strength is a little weak, your growth potential is sufficient to make up for it. Now that you have mastered a puppet body, you will definitely become my most loyal slave in the future. Of course, as your future master, I will also allow you to possess a strength that is even greater than what you possess now, or even in the future. Treat this as a reward. I will not remember the grudge between us and allow you to become my right-hand man. I, Hey Mu, I'm indeed as magnanimous as before. When he heard Hey Mu's strange tone, Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly solemn. The little bit of clarity in the depths of his heart was gradually replaced by fear. Or perhaps, he was blinded. A glint flickered in his old eyes. Hey Mu once again coldly snorted. Soon after, he waved his wide dark green sleeves. Countless vines flashed out and completely wrapped Xiao Yan into a huge vine ball, locking him in place in the air. When he saw that Xiao Yan was sealed within, Hey Mu finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been tightly suppressed within his body. His entire person also became dispirited at this moment. Even he was unable to endure this kind of forceful resistance. Moreover, the old thing in the depths of his body had yet to be completely suppressed. It was already very difficult for him to intimidate Xiao Yan at this moment. If this continued to drag on, he could not guarantee that the fellow in his body would not charge out. Under the previous transformation, it was already very difficult for him to barely block the combined attack of old Luo and Qing Mu. In the end, he was completely bombarded by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, and had already entered a period of weakness. If it was not because Luo Ao still had some reservations about his body, it was likely that he would have been shattered by Luo Ao's attack. At this moment, Hey Mu no longer had any extra strength to bother about Xiao Yan. His previous actions were merely a bluff. His goal was only to intimidate Xiao Yan, so that he would not dare to cause any more trouble. After all, Xiao Yan's endless methods caused him to not dare to underestimate him. If Xiao Yan were to attack at this moment, it was likely that even he would be powerless. The current situation was already a great opportunity for him. Only by quickly recovering some of his strength would he have the confidence to control Xiao Yan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to determine who would emerge victorious in the end. His somewhat trembling body became increasingly powerless. Although he wanted to leave this place, his rapidly weakening body slowly bent down. In the end, he curled up into a ball like a frozen dog. The black aura that lingered over his body also gradually disappeared. Specks of dark green light once again surfaced on his grayish-black face, causing his entire body to tremble intensely at this moment. The intense trembling and the increasingly bright jade-green fluorescent light on Hey Mu's face seemed to have stirred up the unwillingness deep within his heart. While his teeth were chattering intensely, some vague words were emitted from his mouth. Cuckoo. I will not let you take it back, so easily ha ha ha. His voice had just sounded when numerous black vines tore through the empty space around Hey Mu's or Qing Mu's body and appeared in front of this body. The moment it appeared, a thick fog-like dark black strange aura swiftly pounced over, completely suppressing the little jade-green fluorescent light that had just recovered. His intensely trembling body also slowly calmed down, and a pair of dark black empty eyes once again surfaced. Chapter 166. The weakness that was emitted from all parts of his body caused Xiao Yan to nearly faint within this dark and narrow space. He had completely squeezed out all of his strength a couple of times, causing his physical body to descend into an extremely weak state. The muscles all over Xiao Yan's body had become unusually sore and painful. Waves of numb and powerless feeling swept over his entire body. The piercing pain that was like being stabbed by needles caused Xiao Yan to descend into a semi-unconscious state. His spiritual strength, which had nearly dried up, caused Xiao Yan's body and soul to have an extremely empty feeling. At this moment, even the most basic breathing of Xiao Yan appeared to be extremely weak. His weak aura was like a thread that was intermittent. Is this really all? An unwilling sorrowful sigh was emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's soul. The thread of struggle in the deepest part of Xiao Yan's soul also slowly disappeared. His paper-white face was completely void of blood. A thread of crystal-clear water droplet followed Xiao Yan's icy-cold face and slowly rolled down. A palm-sized densely white flame surfaced within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body while a faint icy aura was being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. It instantly wiped away the cold aura from his body. Brat. It is unexpected that the old me is still needed to intervene. However, it is also true that with your current strength and mental strength, it is really difficult for you to put up any psychological resistance. However, from the looks of it, that fellow is also extremely afraid of you. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as just intimidating you. Gu Yu's somewhat hoarse elderly voice was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's body after the dark and cold aura within Xiao Yan's body swiftly withdrew. Within the dusky space, the dark green vines emitted a little fluorescent light, causing the originally pitch-black space to have some light. Within it, a huge vine ball was exceptionally eye-catching. Suddenly, the originally flat space began to distort. Circular ripples began to quietly spread out, and an elderly figure in plain clothes slowly appeared. It was Guyu. Guyu randomly glanced at the large vine ball in front of him. His old eyes slowly swept over the dark green vine. A densely white flame flashed across his eyes. Guyu softly snorted. A thought passed through his mind and a densely white flame suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The extremely frightening temperature caused the space to suddenly explode, revealing an endless empty space. The moment the dense white flame appeared, the enormous vine ball also exploded into nothingness with a bang. Xiao Yan, who was within it, also felt his body become weak as he fell from the sky. Ugh, brat, you are really troublesome. Guyu curled his mouth. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible gentle force rose from nowhere. It firmly supported Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, Guyu helplessly sighed. His finger gently pressed on Xiao Yan's brow. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body began to quietly circulate. From the looks of the circulation route, it was the route of the flame art chi method. Given Guyu's experience, he would naturally not do something as foolish as using his own do chi to replenish Xiao Yan. That method might be quick, but it was not one that relied on one's own body to refine and absorb the energy obtained. It would more or less cause damage to one's body. Moreover, Xiao Yan had already experienced this method of forceful recovery twice. If he were to use it again, given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that there would be repercussions. Forget about Xiao Yan. Even Guyu could not accept this. Following the slow circulation of the flame mantra chi method in his body, threads of tiny natural energy slowly gathered from empty space within this somewhat narrow space. With a flash, they entered Xiao Yan's body. Following the circulation of the flame mantra chi method, they were refined by the heavenly flame into threads of pure do chi that entered the vortex. A thread of a faint sleek redness was gradually smeared on Xiao Yan's pale face at this moment. His nearly severed breathing also gradually recovered its calmness. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the walls of this ancient city, the emotions that countless people had suppressed for an entire night finally erupted like wild horses that had escaped their reins. Many human figures of various colors swiftly flew toward the empty square in the city, which had been split into two, in an attempt to occupy a good spot. After all, today's competition was extraordinarily grand. The many sharp and overbearing scenes from yesterday were still incomparably clearly imprinted in everyone's minds. Currently, this empty square, which had been split into two, caused everyone to remember the frightening strength of the black-robed young man in their hearts. Of course, while everyone was shocked by the strength of the black-robed young man, they did not forget that this frighteningly powerful young half-martial emperor's alchemy skills were not the slightest bit inferior to those alchemist grandmasters who specialized in alchemy. Rather than saying that they were here to watch the alchemist competition between these two high-grade alchemists, it was better to say that they were here to watch Xiao Yan's performance. Xiao Yan's might had already intimidated a countless number of people present. Even MOD, who had been famous for a long time, had now ended up with a cold laugh in the mouths of the crowd. He, this old fellow is really thick-skinned. He is already someone who has half a foot in the grave, yet he still wants to bully the young to win against Elder Yan Xiao. Elder Yan Zhao's alchemist talent is not something that you can compare with. TCH, he has specialized in alchemy for his entire life and has only become a rank 2 alchemist at his old age. Compared to Elder Yan Xiao, who is a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age, there is a distance that even 8 horses cannot catch up to. What a useless person. MOD, who was standing in the air, heard the increasingly heated cold laughter and disdainful words from the surrounding viewing gallery. The wrinkled skin on his face trembled intensely. The veins on his hands under his sleeves had also protruded. The do chi within his body had also involuntarily begun to circulate. It was like a snake's tongue that was repeatedly extended and extended between his fingers. A pair of eyes that contained killing intent slowly swept over the entire place. Threads of dangerous aura were just like numerous densely cold steel knives that were pressed against the throats of everyone. This caused the mocking expressions on everyone's faces to swiftly withdraw. Perhaps this MOD was indeed extremely lacking compared to Xiao Yan. However, he was still a frightening existence that ordinary experts like them had no way of contending with. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily trembled when they sensed this icy cold gaze of MOD. They hurriedly shut their mouths. In merely a breath's time, the ridicule and disdain from a moment ago had been swiftly covered in this large open ground. The lively open ground had also gradually become quiet. At this moment, a circular water-like ripple suddenly spread out from the calm empty space in the middle of the open ground. The appearance of this scene immediately attracted the gazes of quite a number of people. As this spatial ripple became increasingly intense, an enormous floating stone platform tore through the empty space and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The enormous size of the stone platform caused nearly 1/3 of this large open ground to be covered by it at this moment. Everyone on the stage looked at this small open ground. Their faces were filled with surprise. In the next moment, a familiar elderly voice slowly spread from the stone platform. "Cuckoo, I have made everyone wait for a long time. Due to some small interlude yesterday, there are some things that I have no choice but to settle. However, everyone can rest assured that the Alchemist Grand Meeting today will definitely not disappoint everyone." The old man who spoke was naturally the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Gu Li. As Gu Li's words rang out, the square, which had just become silent, immediately became noisy once again. As for Mod's gloomy and murderous expression, everyone directly ignored him. After all, with an even more frightening expert like Gu Li present, Mod did not have the guts to stir up any trouble. The corners of Gu Li's mouth revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the open ground once again. Gu Li swept a glance at Mod, who was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Gu Li laughed coldly. Soon after, his gaze once again returned to the entire open ground. His skinny and large hand gently pressed down on the empty space in front of him. A faint pressure spread, causing countless people in the open ground to involuntarily turn their gazes towards Gu Li. Gu Li laughed out loud when he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot towards him. His gaze swept across the entire place. Under the numerous excited gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and laughed. "Everyone, today is the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Of course, it is also the most exciting competition in the history of our Alchemist Association. This is because the two alchemists who will appear this time around are both high-rank alchemists. This will be a true fight between the peak." Clamor. Gu Li's sonorous and powerful words had just sounded when the entire open ground turned into an uproar at this moment. Wave after wave of intense cries resounded across the 9 heavens, causing the entire place to tremble slightly. The smile on Gu Li's old face became even more brilliant when he sensed the increasingly lively atmosphere around him. His gaze immediately swept over the entire place. Gu Li's deep gaze paused on Mod for a moment. However, he seemed to have recalled something. That new chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association had yet to show himself. Gu Li's heart carried some unknown emotions. His old eyes narrowed slightly. His sharp gaze slowly swept across the entire place. Finally, it paused on the empty judges' seats. Gu Li's pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his old face also gradually stiffened. An uneasy feeling slowly surfaced within his heart. "This fellow, why is he not coming again?" After being stunned for a moment, the muscles on the corner of Gu Li's mouth twitched. He muttered in his heart with a bitter smile. However, deep within his heart, there was something different from the last time. This time around, he felt extremely uneasy. At this moment, an unusual change once again occurred in the enormous open ground. An enormous spatial whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the vast empty space. Threads of frightening spatial energy caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly become extremely terrified. The aura within was sufficient to swallow the entire savage ancient city in one gulp. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor like Gu Li was absolutely unable to contend against it. Under everyone's alarmed gazes, the frightening whirlpool split apart and formed a large doorway. A pitch-black endless empty space was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the space fluctuated intensely and an old human figure slowly stepped out from within. At this moment, the expressions of all the half-martial emperors present suddenly changed. The gazes with which they looked at the old man were filled with astonishment. Chapter 167. Numerous gazes on the vast empty square were currently looking at the linen-robed elder, who was standing in the sky, with various expressions in their eyes. Those usually high and mighty Bandi experts in the viewing gallery had all stood up at this moment. They had instantly forgotten their pride as Bandi experts. Their eyes revealed a respectful expression as they looked at the old man. No matter how they looked at him, they would never have imagined that this expert, who had never appeared, would actually come to this place today. However, everyone immediately understood in their hearts when they thought about it. He had actually come for Xiao. Elder Xian in front of the VIP seats frowned slightly as he looked at the elderly figure in the sky. His heart was filled with doubt. Even if the current Xiao Yan was a rank 2 alchemist, was he really worthy of this person personally coming? While everyone was pondering in their hearts, Gu Li, who was closest to the old man, swiftly rushed into the sky. Immediately, he stood a short distance below the old man. This also indicated Gu Li's respectful attitude toward the old man. Gu Li's body paused. He did not hesitate as he bent his waist and respectfully bowed to the old man. At the same time, his mouth spoke with a respectful smile. Junior Gu Li greets old Luo. Only at this moment did the stunned half-martial emperors below instantly recover from their shock. They didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as they flew forward and bowed to Elder Luo. Old Luo merely glanced at them indifferently. His eyes paused on Gu Li for a moment before he carelessly acknowledged them. The countless number of spectators below felt a rich shock lingering in their hearts after seeing this scene. It was impossible to shake it off. There were no less than 30 Bandi experts who had rushed into the sky. However, at this moment, all of them were extremely respectful to the old man. In other words, just how frightening was this old man, who appeared to have an ordinary appearance. Over 30 Bandi experts. It was likely that even an ordinary Dodi would have no choice but to withdraw upon seeing them. However, at this moment, this old man was able to cause this group of Bandi to be so respectful to him. Just how great was his strength? It was likely that Dodi was no longer sufficient to describe his strength, of course. After everyone heard how the half-martial emperors addressed the old man, they instantly came to a realization. No wonder this old man's strength was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the Luo elder that everyone usually talked about. The next moment, the spacious open ground once again emitted a noise that soared to the sky. From the looks of it, old Luo had actually come to watch Xiao Yan's competition. TSK. Even old Luo has personally come. Elder Yan Zhao's reputation is really great. I heard that Lu Chen from the east side had sought old Luo to help in refining a weapon a couple of years ago. In the end, he did not even get to see old Luo. That time, Luo had really embarrassed him. Oh. Even Lu Chen was unable to invite old Luo? That is a rank 3 formation master. Hey, what is the use of a rank 3 formation master? That Lu Chen is not much of a person. Moreover, he is just like that old coward MOD. How can he be compared with Elder Yan Xiao? So what if he is a rank 3 formation master? The current Elder Yan Xiao is already a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age. His future achievements are not something that old bastard Lu Chen can compare with. Old Luo's eyesight is really far. Everyone immediately understood in their hearts after hearing this person's explanation. They nodded one after another. In their hearts, they became increasingly envious of Xiao Yan. Of course, although they were envious, there were quite a number of people whose eyes had suddenly become determined. Xiao Yan's frightening training talent had stirred the training desire in their hearts at this moment. After returning this time around, quite a number of people present would likely enter a crazy training state. The waves of noise that were transmitted from the open ground below caused Gu Li to involuntarily frown slightly. It was fine if these fellows were usually careless. However, they were actually so agitated in front of this person today. Were they sincerely trying to stir up the other party's dissatisfaction? After all, old Luo's temper was extremely unstable. Immediately, Gu Li cursed in his heart before smiling awkwardly. His eyes carefully looked at old Luo. His face was respectful as he bowed slightly. He cupped his hands together towards old Luo and said with a smile. Haha, old Luo, the younger generation did not know that Elder was here. Therefore, we did not arrange a seat for you. I hope that old Luo will not blame us. The younger generation will. There is no need. Before Gu Li could completely spit out the words that were at the tip of his tongue, old Luo's tone was calm as he directly interrupted him. Naturally, Gu Li could only smile awkwardly in response to this. He did not say anything else. Instead, he fixed his gaze on old Luo and quietly waited. In front of this person, he was unable to raise even the slightest bit of temper. When the half-martial emperors below saw this, they exchanged glances with each other as they muttered in their hearts. They appeared to be much more respectful and cautious. Clearly, they were quite clear about old Luo's temper. Old Luo's gaze slowly swept across the ant-like crowd below. Soon after, it swept past those half-martial emperors one by one. His sharp eyes caused everyone present to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. The reason why this old man has come today is not because of any big matter. I only wish to inform everyone that this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will be postponed for a month. A month later, the Alchemist Grand Meeting will continue as usual. His voice was not loud and did not appear to be very imposing and overbearing. However, the meaning within his words caused everyone present to involuntarily be stunned. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at old Luo. Even the dozens of half-martial emperors below had a change in expression at this moment. The reason why old Luo had come today was actually to postpone the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Gu Li also frowned tightly at this moment. Being the chairman of the Alchemist Association and also the host of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting, old Luo's words had directly skipped over him. Moreover, old Luo had even ignored the rules of the Alchemist Association and forcefully postponed the date of the Grand Meeting. This caused Gu Li, the chairman, to feel somewhat embarrassed. When the half-martial emperors below heard these words, they involuntarily frowned. As they looked at each other, the corner of their eyes also swept towards Gu Li. Mod's old eyes narrowed slightly. A sharp cold glint faintly flickered deep within his pupils. When he saw Gu Li's somewhat ugly expression, Mod immediately understood in his heart that Gu Li had likely not expected old Luo's words. Thoughts flew in his heart. Suddenly, Mod's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze swiftly shifted and looked at the black mass of human heads below. A moment later, a glint flashed across Mod's eyes as he swiftly understood in his heart. Humph! That fellow is indeed not here. Mod coldly snorted in his heart. His eyes coldly stared at Gu Li. Soon after, his body moved and flew forward. His body stood beside Gu Li. The corner of Mod's eyes met with Gu Li's for an instant. Given Gu Li's familiarity with Mod, he immediately saw the cold smile in Mod's eyes. Although there was a faint uneasiness in Mod's heart, it was already too late. Before Gu Li could do anything, Mod slowly spat out the words from his mouth. Junior Mod greets old Luo. I have long heard of old Luo's great reputation. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet old Luo. Now that I have met old Luo today, I can see that old Luo's strength is indeed exceedingly great. This junior has also been able to broaden my horizons. Tise. Old Luo had an impatient appearance in the face of Mod's flattery. He faintly replied. However, he was too lazy to even blink his slightly shut eyes. This scene immediately caused a mocking cold smile to be revealed on the faces of the many half-step emperors below. Did Mod really think that old Luo was an ordinary expert who could be dismissed with a few words? Although his warm face was met with a cold shoulder, Mod also knew in his heart that the old fellow in front of him was not someone he could easily offend. Forget about this savage ancient city, it was likely that even in the entire western region and southern region, the number of experts who could match old Luo's strength could be counted with one's fingers. Hence, although there was resentment in his heart, Mod still viciously scolded old Luo. His face immediately became awkward and he was speechless. He smiled awkwardly upon seeing this. However, after hesitating for an instant, Mod's throat rolled a little. His eyes rotated and once again turned towards old Luo. He coughed dryly before carefully opening his mouth and smiling awkwardly. This junior has a question in his heart. May I know if Elder can answer it? The eyes of the dozens of half-step emperors below twitched when Mod's words left his mouth. However, they immediately laughed coldly. This Mod was asking for trouble. Old Luo's expression did not change as he ignored Mod's words. At this moment, he only wanted to see the attitude of the association head, Gu Li. He could not be bothered with the others. Mod's eyes narrowed. He once again cursed in his heart. However, his face still maintained a respectful appearance as he once again opened his mouth and smiled. Old Luo, this Alchemist Grand Meeting is a grand event organized by the Pill Tower in the Middle Region. Although your strength is monstrous, this matter concerns my Alchemist Association and the Pill Tower. Why? Can't the old me touch an inconspicuous little minion under the Pill Tower? Forget about a small association like yours. Even if those old fellows from the Pill Tower were to come, the old me would not give them any face. You wish to use the Pill Tower to pressure the old me. The Pill Tower will not know even if the old me kills an ant like you. Old Luo's body flashed in the air when he heard Mod's meaningful words. He did not create the slightest fluctuation of aura, but he had already arrived in front of Mod. The clothes of the two were tightly stuck together due to the cold wind. A frightening aura suddenly pressed down on MOD like a ferocious beast. MOD's body instantly distorted under this frightening pressure, while the bones in his body continuously emitted waves of cracking sounds. A deep sense of fear filled MOD's heart and could not be erased. Chapter 168. At this moment, everyone present on the large empty square stood on the spot with shocked faces. They were silent and their eyes would occasionally steal a glance at the old human figure in the empty space. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. With just one strike, the half-DD expert, who was invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, was instantly sent flying like a sandbag. After penetrating through 2 squares, he smashed deeply into the ancient savage city below. In an instant, the land within a 1,000-mile radius of the ancient savage city suddenly shook. A pit appeared in the ancient savage city. Countless people in the sky were stunned as they watched everything that had happened in front of their eyes. Looking at MOD's miserable appearance, was he really a half-DD expert, who was usually high and mighty? While everyone was feeling shocked by MOD's miserable fate, they once again gained a new understanding of old Luo's frightening strength. In the eyes of an expert like old Luo, these half-DD experts were not even comparable to ants. In front of him, there was no need to mention one's strength. Only those with sufficiently frightening talent would be able to obtain old Luo's acknowledgement. For example, the man who was currently flickering with bright starlight in front of everyone's eyes. Xiaoyan. He shifted his gaze and looked at the bottom of the pit. MOD's originally powerful aura had suddenly disappeared at this moment. His chest heaved, but he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. If he did not undergo emergency treatment soon, it was likely that he would not even be able to keep his life. Remember, if it was not because you still have a fight with Yan Xiao, the current you would not only end up seriously injured. The old me does not have any mercy towards a small fry like you. The old voice reverberated across the sky. Countless people below involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had already beaten MOD until he was seriously injured, yet he still said that he was merciful. What would happen if MOD were to die? Of course, even though everyone present had their own thoughts in their hearts, they were merely thinking about it. No one was foolish enough to open their mouths and say anything. Moreover, old Luo had already clearly told everyone that MOD was not dead. There was reason and evidence. If they were to say another word, the ending would be uncertain. Old Luo gently exhaled. His gaze once again slowly swept over the heads of the countless people below. A divine-like aura was suspended above everyone's heads, causing those fellows, who had raised their heads to look at old Luo, to hurriedly lower their heads at this moment and put on a humble appearance. The old me will repeat what I said earlier. The alchemist grand meeting this time around will be delayed by 1 month. The grand meeting will be held as usual after 1 month. If you have any questions, you can directly ask him to find me. The old me will naturally give him an answer. Everyone below when they heard old Luo's words, old Luo and old Luo, who would dare to doubt old Luo's words? Old Luo did not say anything else when he saw everyone's reaction. He waved his sleeves and the space behind him once again crumbled. His body also slowly entered it. At the same time, everyone in this space felt their tensed bodies suddenly relax. The aura, which had been pressuring everyone, also slowly disappeared. Only at this moment did everyone in the square completely relax. They exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in their chests. Their foreheads had unknowingly been covered with cold sweat. Guli looked at MOD, who was buried deep in the ground, with disdain. In her heart, she knew that this fellow would not die so easily given his tactics. However, she recalled Xiaoyan on a second thought. That fellow seemed to have never appeared since the beginning. Guli sighed for some reason. His gaze swept across the entire square. Immediately, everyone's eyes gathered once again. There was naturally no need to mention how powerful old Luo was. However, the person in front of them was not someone that they dared to easily ignore. Everyone, there is no need for me to say any unnecessary words. You can all disperse. Whether you come or not will depend on everyone. Gu Li did not stay any longer after speaking. His body flashed and drifted away, leaving behind a group of cultivators with different expressions. At the same time, old Luo stood in the air within the mysterious space. The land, which had been destroyed by the big battle last night, had already recovered to its original state. However, only Xiaoyan, He Mu, and Xiangmu's figures were missing from this place. Xianxia, I don't know if you are dead or alive at this moment. Based on that bastard's condition back then, it should be too late for him to kill you. Unfortunately, even though this is the case, I am still powerless to save you. At this moment, old Luo's previous indifferent expression no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a deep bitterness. With his strength, even when dealing with a seriously injured He Mu, he still appeared so powerless. The uniqueness of this space was not something that old Luo could control. Its true owners were Xiangmu and He Mu. However, Xiangmu was merely a member of the younger generation in front of He Mu. Although his strength was not as great as before, the true core of He Mu was located in the deepest part of this land. Even Xiangmu was unable to touch that place. Currently, Xiangmu was suppressed. This 10,000 acres of ginseng spiritual trees existed in name only in front of He Mu. Xiao Yan had fallen into the core of this land. How could old Luo save him? Old Luo sighed once again. The bitterness in his heart had deepened. The current situation was already a tragedy that could not be helped. Old Luo no longer hoped for miracles. There were many miracles in this world. However, there were also many people who had their bones buried because of such falsehoods. However, old Luo's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed. The aura of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body was a little different. A human figure swiftly charged over from within the small dilapidated yet clean and tidy courtyard. His frightening speed of tearing through the empty space did not slow down even a little when he entered the small courtyard. However, an emerald jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand under his sleeve. In the next moment, when the human figure was about to collide with the door, the space around him instantly stirred up a circle of water-like spatial ripples. The human figure was instantly submerged. In the mysterious space, old Luo's tightly knit brows slowly relaxed. He looked into the distance and slowly opened his mouth. "Little fellow, you're here!" As his voice sounded, the space behind old Luo fluctuated. Following which, a young man's figure broke through the air and appeared. Looking at his appearance, it was Luo Jin. After revealing his figure, Luo Jin's gaze landed on old Luo. He bowed slightly and respectfully said with a smile, "Fifth Grandpa, it has been a few days since we last met. Your body is getting stronger and stronger." Hearing these words, the corner of old Luo's mouth revealed a rare warm smile. In front of this brat, it was always difficult for him to put on the airs of an elder. However, he merely smiled and immediately disappeared. He was naturally incomparably clear about the purpose of Luo Jin's visit. It was definitely for Xiao Yan. Sure enough, in the next moment, Luo Jin's expression became a little hesitant. However, after hesitating for a moment, he could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Fifth Grandpa, I have already heard about the matter at the Alchemist Grand Meeting today. I wonder if Brother Yan Xiao..." "Hey brat, you seem to be very concerned about that little fellow. Why, after so many years, you didn't even want to find a wife for your father. Now, you've taken a fancy to this man?" Without waiting for Luo Jin to finish speaking, old Luo narrowed his old eyes and instantly appeared beside Luo Jin. He stared at Luo Jin with a mischievous smile and laughed strangely. When old Luo's words left his mouth, Luo Jin's face instantly turned black. In his heart, he wished that he could send this old face flying with a slap. However, his strength was placed before him. Helpless, he could only quietly curse in his heart. His mouth curled as he viciously said, "Disrespectful old man." With regards to this, old Luo once again emitted a strange laugh. When he saw that there was no longer any worry on Luo Jin's face, he once again opened his mouth and laughed. All right. I won't joke with you. Yan Xiao has his own fortune. Just let him be. When the time comes, you will naturally know. However, your Grandpa Xiangmu and I still have some matters to settle. You can go ahead first." Yan Xiao's expression changed. Before his voice sounded, old Luo waved his large sleeve. Without waiting for Luo Jin to say anything, he had already been forcefully sent out. Only at this moment did old Luo's previously smiling face once again return to that haggard expression from before. When these words left his mouth, even he knew just how fake and powerless they were. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Yan's predicament did not have any chance of survival. Moreover, Luo Jin's observation ability was different from an ordinary person. If he was allowed to continue staying here, he was afraid that he might discover something. Hence, Sending him out earlier was the safest method at this moment. Chapter 169. The dark green vines emitted a demonic glow within the dark black space, causing some life to appear in this deathly silent space. It was also because of this that one was able to clearly see the threads of mottled natural energy in the empty space. Threads of natural energy gathered in the empty space. They were like small streams that merged together, forming an even thicker energy pillar. It turned into an energy whirlpool in the empty space that gathered at a certain spot in this space. A black-robed human figure was seated cross-legged in the deep part of the space as he stood in the empty space. Wild and violent natural energy gathered in the surrounding space and wrapped around the black-robed human figure. Following the inhalation and exhalation of the black-robed human figure, the energy entered the chi paths within his body. After circulating once, it was completely refined, turning into threads of extremely pure do chi that entered the vortex within the black-robed human figure's body. Following the continuous refinement of this endless natural energy, the aura of the black-robed human figure also became increasingly dense. While he trained, the clothes on his body moved without any wind. The natural energy that surrounded his body also formed an enormous energy whirlpool with this human figure at the center. The sharp sound of wind was like waves of beast roars, causing the empty space to involuntarily tremble. The empty space within a 50-kilometer radius of the black-robed human figure also repeatedly collapsed. The wild and violent spatial storm was like a ferocious mountain beast that shattered the empty space and raged around the human figure. However, it appeared to be restrained by some kind of strength. Although it possessed a frightening destructive strength, it was ultimately unable to get close to the human figure. Even the space within a couple of feet around the black-robed human figure did not have the slightest ripple. The space within was as stable as a mountain and was extremely calm. This doomsday-like scene continued for an unknown period of time. However, the aura of the black-robed human figure was as calm as the deep sea. At the deepest part, it was as though there was a dragon hidden in the abyss, deep and unfathomable. An obscure hot aura also spread out from within without anyone noticing. It protected the black-robed human figure. A faint pressure filled this space, causing the frightening spatial storm to appear as inconspicuous as a whirlwind. At a certain moment, the motionless body of the black-robed human figure trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura that was like a green dragon emerging from the sea suddenly surged, shaking all directions. The invisible wave suddenly swept out. The frightening aura easily destroyed this originally dilapidated dark space. In less than a breath's time, the space that was like the end of the world a second ago instantly recovered its previous silence. All the violent aura instantly scattered. The collapsed space was once again washed. The calm space was like a mirror, flat without anything unusual. Who would know that this space had just suffered the most frightening storm in its history? However, this perfect ending did not last for more than an instant. Another massacre ensued. The black-robed figure remained motionless in the silent space. Her gently shut eyes trembled at this moment. Soon after, her bright eyes, which had been shut for half a month, slowly opened. Swoosh! His pitch-black eyes were strangely clear. The deep pupils were like an ancient well that was calm without any ripples. In the deepest part of his eyes, a cluster of nearly extinguished brilliant flames was like an orchid that had seen the sun. The depressed aura rapidly expanded. The moment the black-robed human figure opened his eyes, the brilliant flame in the depths of his pupils was like an arrow that was shot out. It turned into a flame-light beam that was as thick as a thumb. It instantly pierced through the space in front of the black-robed human figure, causing a wave of water-like spatial ripples. In the next instant, the distant space suddenly exploded. A spatial storm that was filled with a destructive aura suddenly swept out in all directions like a berserk magical beast. The peace that had lasted for an instant was once again broken. As the spatial storm swept out, a brilliant flame-light pillar that was 1,000 feet wide suddenly broke through the space. The extremely powerful strength caused the space to rumble. The empty space was like a crushed balloon that was continuously exploding. When the flame-light pillar shot out, the already shattered space continued to explode again and again. Rich devouring power tore apart everything in the space, restoring the empty darkness. Even so, the black-robed figure sitting in the void remained motionless despite the destruction of everything in this space. The space around him was also unusually stable. Before the spatial storm could reach 100 feet around the black-robed human figure, it had already been broken by a mysterious force. Everything that happened around him seemed like an illusion to him. A moment later, when the space around the black-robed human figure was extremely shattered,
He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that he had been holding in for a long time. At the same time, the black-robed human figure casually waved his fair hand. Everything that had been destroyed around him was restored once again. The surging space also returned to normal. Hoo! After half a month of rapid training, Xiao Yan's weak body had finally returned to its peak. Due to the fact that he had just become an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor, this half a month of training had allowed Xiao Yan's strength to stabilize. Currently, Xiao Yan's aura was even denser than half a month ago. Although it appeared as if he had only made a slight improvement, the current Xiao Yan was, after all, a half-martial emperor. This seemingly insignificant improvement had allowed Xiao Yan to become even more powerful than before. With Xiao Yan's current strength and his frightening physical body, ordinary 4-star half-martial emperors were simply no match for him. Even if he were to encounter a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would not have to unleash his true strength like before. He would be able to easily defeat them with ordinary Do skills. As for those 6-star and 7-star half-martial emperors, although they possessed extraordinary strength, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to contend against them if they did not use their trump cards. As for 8-star half-martial emperors, he would naturally not be able to deal with them like he did with the 3rd Palace Master. Even though he had killed the 3rd Palace Master, he had also made himself extremely weak. To the current Xiao Yan, 8-star half-martial emperors were no longer a threat. However, the most important thing right now was not those ordinary half-martial emperors. Instead, what Xiao Yan had to face was that old monster from the ancient era. In this space, it was likely impossible for him to escape. Since that was the case, the only way to protect himself was to find He Mu, strike first, and kill him with all his strength. With Xiao Yan's intelligence, he naturally knew that from He Mu's condition that day, he did not have much confidence in defeating He Mu. Using Qing Mu's body to suppress old Luo was the embodiment of his weakness. Controlling Qing Mu's body was already quite a bit of pressure for He Mu. Furthermore, He Mu had already been seriously injured by old Luo and old Luo. It would be impossible for him to recover much in a short period of time. Furthermore, he also had to divide his attention to suppress Qing Mu's soul. Thus, his recovery speed was incomparable to Xiao Yan's. Thus, now was Xiao Yan's best opportunity. It was also his final opportunity to kill He Mu. However, even if he recovered to his peak, Xiao Yan would still have difficulty contending with him given his strength. Fortunately, he still had old Gu as his trump card. Even if old Gu did not intervene, it was likely that old Gu would not leave him in the lurch. This point was evident from the fact that Gu Yu had helped Xiao Yan recover his strength. To him, Xiao Yan was not someone who could be casually abandoned. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan's eyes, which were as calm as an old well, shot into the distance. A frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows. Everything within this space was captured by Xiao Yan's senses. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes turned. His sharp gaze swept towards a certain direction in the empty space. He could sense an extremely powerful energy ripple at that spot. Clearly, that spot was where He Mu was located. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A heavenly flame danced deep within his pupils. The Do Qi within his body was also quietly circulating at this moment. A murderous desire spread across his heart. Those who wish to kill me will definitely be killed. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his heart. His seated body instantly disappeared from this empty space. The invisible empty space was quietly shattered. Chapter 170. Within the dark space, numerous thick dark green vines stood in the empty space like pillars. Waves of dark green light spread out from them. Following the flickering of this light, waves of pure natural energy also flashed past the vines and poured into the cluster of dark black fog below. With the addition of this energy, a powerful and frightening aura also slowly agglomerated within the black fog. The dark black fog that permeated the surroundings also became increasingly thick. It was a long while later when the black fog that had spread apart began to tremble intensely. Waves of painful moans were emitted from within it. There were also waves of teeth-clenching sounds mixed within them. It was a long while later before this ear-piercing sound, which was like an evil ghost chewing on food, gradually disappeared. When one looked at the dark black fog again, it had scattered quite a bit during the churning. Its originally enormous size had also become a little smaller. The black fog regained its calm. A furious curse that was filled with hatred was suddenly emitted from within the black fog. Bastard thing! You actually want to escape from this venerable self-suppression. Once this venerable self recovers some strength in the future, the first thing I will do is to completely destroy you. The black fog was slowly withdrawn after the curse was let out. Finally, it returned to the empty space. An old human figure wearing a dark green long robe slowly appeared in this empty space. For an expert like He Mu, half a month of recovery was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Even at this moment, although He Mu's aura had stabilized compared to half a month ago, overall, it still seemed like a waste. Under the situation where there was no external support, it would take a long time for He Mu to completely recover. However, in the blink of an eye, He Mu reacted. Since he needed to rely on external support, that human brat called Xianxia seemed to be an alchemist. As long as he had something on him, his recovery speed should be much faster. Being in this kind of weak state was a kind of danger to him. Moreover, deep within his heart, there was a faint uneasy feeling. It was likely that if he did not recover soon, there would be quite a lot of trouble for him. With that thought, He Mu's body was about to move. However, in the next instant, he stood still on the spot. Even at this moment, his memory of the big battle half a month ago was still fresh in his mind. At the final moment, Xianxia seemed to have used some kind of great way energy in order to injure him. As for the power that could traverse space, if he was not mistaken, it was the great Tao of the void that was ranked among all the great Taos of heaven and earth. He Mu's heart became a little uneasy when he thought of this. Although Xiao Yan had used the void Tao to injure him back then, He Mu clearly understood that the void Tao was the thing that he was truly afraid of when compared to the attack that had snatched him away. Using the strength of a 3-star half-emperor to forcefully tear open the void and use the great way of the void. This was something that even some of the ancient geniuses that He Mu was aware of were unable to do. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to do so by himself? Moreover, this was not the only thing that caused He Mu to feel suspicious. Regardless of how one looked at it, the 2 heavenly flames that Xiao Yan had used back then gave him an extremely strange feeling. The bone-chilling flame and the nihility-devouring flame were not as simple as just seed flames. However, He Mu, this old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years, also had difficulty guessing why they were like that. Damn it! Just who is that brat? Why is he so troublesome? Moreover, those 2 things. Just what the hell is going on? He Mu cursed quietly. He felt quite helpless in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's strength was lacking, his endless tactics and the protection of the heavenly flame caused even him to involuntarily feel a little afraid. After all, the current him was far weaker than before. Damn it, if it is not because this venerable self has yet to recover his strength, how would such an ant even have the right to speak? He Mu once again cursed softly. He was too lazy to be bothered. Regardless of how many tactics Xiao Yan had, it was a fact that he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame, it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything without the support of his master. As long as he personally attacked, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Humph! He Mu let out a cold snort. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the huge vine ball that had sealed Xiao Yan in his memories. However, He Mu's body, which was about to rush forward, suddenly paused in the next instant. His pair of dark green eyes were instantly covered by a surprised expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He Mu slowly lifted his eyes. A delicate and handsome mature face was slowly reflected in his eyes. This person was actually Xiao Yan, who had been sealed by him. Why? Are you very surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. When he heard the surprised words from He Mu's mouth, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a cold smile as he spoke in an indifferent tone. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, He Mu's heart was once again shaken. From this fellow's aura, it seemed that he had completely recovered to his peak. Half a month to recover to his peak. How could a half-emperor's strength be so fast? Moreover, wasn't he already in a deep slumber at that time? How could he have actually woken up? You, stinking brat. Who exactly are you? A mere half-emperor actually dares to spout such nonsense in front of this venerable self. Aren't you afraid that this venerable self will destroy you? At this moment, He Mu's heart involuntarily turned solemn. The Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Furthermore, he was currently in a weakened state. If he wanted to kill Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would have to spend another half a month of hard work. Xiao Yan stared at He Mu in front of him. In his heart, he was clearly aware of this fellow's intentions. However, given the current situation, he naturally did not have the time to think too much. The only thing he could do now was to fight it out with this fellow. Whoever won would live. That was all. Humph. Do you really think that you are still the same person as before? How dare you call yourself this venerable self? With your current strength, even if you were to fight me, you would have to use all your strength. At the end of the day, you are merely a piece of trash. When Xiao Yan's mocking words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately twitched violently. As a practitioner from the ancient times, although he was currently in dire straits, it was still not up to this ant in front of him to criticize him. Today, he must tear this human brat in front of him into pieces. Ha! Ant, you actually dare to insult this venerable self in such a manner. You are really seeking death. Don't think that this venerable self can fight with this venerable self just because this venerable self is at a low point. If this venerable self really wants to kill you, it is merely a matter of a thought. Therefore, Ant, die for this venerable self. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's furious body suddenly flashed. His hand turned into a claw that was accompanied by a frightening black-green dough chi. It tore through the empty space and violently slashed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort when he saw this. A solemn expression surfaced in both of his eyes. His body moved and he was similarly fearless as he faced He Mu's claw head-on. Chapter 171. The sharp hand claw was accompanied by a frightening might that could tear apart everything as it swept through the air. The empty space was instantly shattered wherever it passed. Even though the sharp wind was a great distance away, it still caused the countless number of vines to snap. The sharp aura was just like a blade as it cut through the empty space. It transformed into numerous sharp force that swept in all directions. Even the empty space was mercilessly cut apart wherever it passed. He Mu's face was dark as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was also charging over. There were traces of bloodthirsty glints flickering within his eyes. Being an ancient evil spirit, he had eaten an unknown number of humans. Even though Xiao Yan was powerful, it was also because of this that the bloodthirsty feeling in his heart was even denser. Today, he would not only kill this human in front of him, but he would also turn him into his first human meal in thousands of years. His charging body suddenly shook. His hand claw was waved with great force. Dark green dough chi spread apart like a fog and lingered around He Mu's body. His charging body also became increasingly swift. It was just like a dark green light beam that instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a frightening might that could destroy the world as it charged towards Xiao Yan. Yan Xiao, this venerable self shall give you another blessing today. There are not many humans who can be swallowed into this venerable self's stomach. He Mu's scarlet eyes became even more bloodthirsty as he charged forward. The strange black lines on his old face appeared to be alive at this moment as they continued to twist and wiggle. His dark green tongue violently licked his purple-black lips. The bloodthirsty feeling became even denser. The iciness on Xiao Yan's face became denser and colder when he heard He Mu's bloody and evil words. This He Mu was really extremely evil. It seemed that he had done quite a number of vicious things in the ancient times. No wonder he would be suppressed by an expert. From Xiao Yan's point of view, a person like He Mu was precisely someone that he could not tolerate the most. After seeing the brutality and bloodthirstiness of the Hun clan, the current Xiao Yan could be said to kill such a person if he could. The expression on Xiao Yan's face became increasingly dark and cold when he thought of this. Bright flames swiftly gathered in his fire eyes and a bright fire lotus was swiftly formed. Immediately, this fire lotus swiftly rotated in Xiao Yan's eyes. A frightening flame strength swiftly gathered in the middle of the lotus. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was charging forward, suddenly shook. He waved his right arm with great force and a brilliant flame instantly rose, transforming his entire right arm into a fire arm. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body rose. He suddenly clenched his right fist. His hand, which was wrapped in flames, emitted a clear metallic sound when it was clenched. Under the flame, purple-gold dragon scales covered his muscular arm. Xiao Yan's hand had also turned into a dragon claw when he clenched his fist. This also caused Xiao Yan's right arm to become even thicker at this moment. When he swung it, a sharp rushing wind sound continuously sounded. Ha! If you want to eat me, we will have to see if you have such a big appetite.
Xiao Yan's foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. The space within 5,000 kilometers below instantly collapsed. A countless number of black-green vines were instantly shattered. Xiao Yan's body also transformed into a fiery ray of light that cut through the empty air. His fist violently smashed toward He Mu's hand claw. "Tsk, human brat, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish." Before his voice sounded, He Mu's right hand, which had turned into a claw, was suddenly extended. The frightening force at the tip of his finger turned into numerous invisible thorns that pierced through the empty space. In the next moment, the two streaks of light violently collided in the pitch-black void. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread. The entire mysterious space began to tremble intensely at this moment. The originally empty space continued to collapse time and time again at this moment.
The violent spatial storm was actually shattered by the wild and violent Do-Chi storm that was created from the collision between the two of them the moment it appeared.
At this moment, everything within this space had been swallowed by the empty space. The entire space had turned into a vacuum. Even breathing had become a little difficult. "Tsk. Brat, your strength is indeed not bad. No wonder old Luo has taken a fancy to you. However, it all ends here. Today, you will definitely become food in this venerable self's stomach." He Mu's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. A bloodthirsty glow spread in all directions like fresh blood. The green veins on his shriveled hand claw were exposed. Dark green Do-Chi spluttered out from his palm and contended with Xiao Yan's fist. A sharp force spread out from the tip of his finger, causing the empty space around him to repeatedly collapse. His thin fingernails had also become extremely sharp at this moment. A random wave was sufficient to cut through the empty space.
Of course, even though the words from his mouth were incomparably sharp, He Mu did not dare to be careless in his heart.
Xiao Yan's strength was not just for show.
Even if the current him were to use all his strength, it was likely that he would only be able to fight to a draw with Xiao Yan.
However, this was merely a guess in He Mu's heart. After all, he had never seen all of Xiao Yan's tactics. If Xiao Yan still possessed some powerful Do skills, the ending would likely be unpredictable. He Mu's heart became increasingly solemn as he thought of this. However, in the next instant, a ruthless expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan's heart was also quite solemn when he heard He Mu's ruthless words. However, his face revealed a cold smile. The enormous fist that collided with He Mu's hand claw suddenly shook. Xiao Yan and He Mu involuntarily took half a step back. The narrow battleground between the two of them had also suddenly separated. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the instant he pulled back. His footsteps changed and he used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already retreated 10,000 kilometers away. A pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu from a distance. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His right fist once again clenched with force. A thought passed through his mind and the fierce flames on his firearm instantly soared. The fire spread and wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. Immediately, a pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu in the distance at this moment. A beautiful fire lotus swiftly rotated deep within his eyes. Swoosh! When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on He Mu's forehead, the fire lotus deep within Xiao Yan's eyes immediately solidified. An incomparably sharp and beautiful firelight beam instantly shot out from the center of the lotus. The moment the firelight beam shot out, it swelled with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a firelight pillar that was a couple of 1,000 feet wide. It violently smashed toward He Mu. He Mu's shady old eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line when he saw this. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this decisive and vicious attack of Xiao Yan's. However, although the strength of this attack of Xiao Yan's was extraordinary, He Mu was also not someone who was easy to deal with. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent Do-Chi within his body immediately surged. Immediately, one could see He Mu widen his large mouth. A similarly incomparably overbearing dark green Do-Chi light pillar immediately shot out from his mouth. In merely an instant, it turned into a dark green Do-Chi light pillar that did not lose to Xiao Yan's firelight pillar. At this very moment, looking from a distance, the thick firelight pillar and the dark green Do-Chi light pillar were just like two enormous beasts that towered into the sky. In comparison, Xiao Yan and He Mu were just like ants. In the next instant, two frightening light pillars that could be said to be able to destroy the world suddenly collided in front of the cold gazes of the two of them. Bang! In the next moment, the color of this space suddenly changed. Chapter 172.
Bang!
The violent collision caused the space within a 100-kilometer radius of the two of them to once again collapse. After this violent collision, the two of them, who had been fighting for a long time, finally pulled back by 500 kilometers. Their eyes met with each other and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The result of the collision between the two frightening light pillars caused the two of them to be seriously injured. He Mu was already injured. At this moment, he was under quite a lot of pressure after experiencing such a frightening exhaustion. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also not having a good time. Although he had the heavenly flame protecting his body, He Mu's strange dark green do qi was extremely troublesome. Even his heavenly flame had difficulty refining it. This also caused Xiao Yan to be struck by the remnant waves of the dark green do qi light pillar. Over half of the heavenly flame that wrapped around his body had scattered.
If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's physical strength was strong, it was likely that he would have suffered quite a great loss.
Humph! Stinking brat, don't think that you can fight with this venerable self just because of the strength of your physical body. This venerable self will let you know later that this venerable self is nothing in my eyes.
The muscles on the corner of He Mu's mouth twitched repeatedly as he endured the intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth.
His old face was also covered in patches of green and purple.
Adding the bloodstains all over his body, it was obvious that he had suffered quite a great loss at Xiao Yan's hands in the fight earlier.
However, compared to the fist imprints on his body, the thing that caused He Mu to feel the most pain was the burn scars under his tattered robe. The might of the heavenly flame was really frightening. Even with He Mu's strength, it was greatly reduced in front of it regardless of how great his strength was. Of course, if He Mu had not forcefully seized Qing Mu's physical body, it was likely that he would not have ended up in such a state.
Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he heard He Mu's vicious words that were still filled with an imposing aura.
Did this He Mu really think that he was still the all-powerful him from back then? Moreover, with the strength of Xiao Yan's current physical body, this He Mu actually called him weak. Could it be that he had forgotten that the current Xiao Yan was merely a small bandit?
With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, he possessed a frightening physical body capable of rivaling experts of the same cultivation. The power of his physical body was already extremely frightening. With Xiao Yan's current physical body, it was likely that even in the entire continent, the number of people who were able to cultivate their physical body to such a level as a 3-star half-martial emperor would not be able to be counted on one's fingers even in the several tens of thousands of years of history.
Xiao Yan's terrifying strength in the path of body refinement naturally went without saying. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze suddenly became cold. If they were to compete in Do Qi, he might really be afraid of this fellow. Who knew what kind of hidden moves an ancient demon still had? However, if they were to compete in physical strength, he had the confidence to destroy He Mu. Since you still do not place me in your eyes, I will let you do the same. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook as he coldly cried out. A thought passed through his mind and he instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. His body, which was wrapped in raging flames, rose from the ground and swiftly transformed into a 1,000-feet-tall King Kong giant god. Under the influence of the heavenly flame all over his body, the current Xiao Yan appeared just like a god descending from the heavens. His might filled the sky. The monstrous heavenly flame was just like a fire dragon as it coiled around Xiao Yan's body. The frightening flame light caused the dark and deep empty space to become brighter. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's strong body did not pause even a little. His large hand, which was large enough to blot out the sun, suddenly clenched. The space under his hand was just like a balloon that had been flattened. An explosive sound was emitted as the surrounding dark black space once again collapsed.
He clenched his enormous fist and a hot flame spread out with it. A force gathered in his palm and the do qi within his body swiftly circulated to every part of his body at this moment.
The muscles all over his body were as hard as mysterious steel.
Ha! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long dragon-like roar to the sky, as he sensed the frightening strength that had been accumulated in his body and was ready to be unleashed.
With this long roar, Xiao Yan's large foot suddenly stomped on the air. Immediately, the tens of thousands of kilometers of empty space below Xiao Yan instantly collapsed. His body was like a cannonball that had been fired, shooting towards He Mu 1,000 miles away. Although the cold wind was 1,000 miles away, it still made He Mu feel suffocated. The tattered clothes on his body tightly clung to the surface of his body, making He Mu feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Humph! With a cold snort, He Mu's body was unafraid. The aura all over his body pierced through the empty space like a giant sword. His foot suddenly took a step forward, shattering the empty space as an invisible pressure swiftly spread. The pressure that Xiao Yan had unleashed on He Mu immediately vanished. A mere human brat. Even if you have some ability, you are merely Zozo. Do you really think that this sovereign can't do anything to you? It's merely a slightly stronger physical body. Don't forget that this world belongs to Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The saint body is merely a small path. Before his voice faded, He Mu's left palm suddenly struck the empty space. Space shattered as wave after wave of strange pitch-black fog spread from within, swiftly wrapping around He Mu's left palm. As the strange pitch-black fog wrapped around He Mu's palm, He Mu's complexion turned a little pale. His originally abundant aura also became somewhat sluggish. Immediately, however, He Mu's face was once again filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was charging over explosively. He laughed out loud and killing intent surged within his eyes as he coldly laughed. Since your body is at the saint level, come and have a taste of this sovereign's heart-shattering palm. Let's see if you are really that powerful. TSK 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 TSK. As his voice faded, He Mu's bowed figure instantly disappeared from the empty space. In the next instant, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded as He Mu's figure appeared. His pitch-black palm was like a stone tablet as it viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily shrank a little when he saw this scene. His heart violently pounded as a sliver of fear quietly rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was even more alarmed when he felt the sliver of fear from the bottom of his heart. He Mu's palm had caused him to feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. The heart-shattering palm was truly as its name suggested. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Yan to be the slightest bit careless. The fear in his heart would only cause him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Hence, even though Lin Dong had the intention in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. He poured all of his energy into this punch, causing the might of his punch to soar. Just the remnant force was enough to cause He Mu, who was standing in front of him, to once again feel a pressuring force. In the next instant, the frightening attacks of the two finally collided violently. The frightening might transformed into wave after wave of frightening storms that engulfed the entire space. At this moment, the entire space had become violent. The instant the heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's, the raging heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's large firearm completely poured out and pounced towards He Mu's body. This caused He Mu's expression to change involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to withdraw. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was so powerful that even he was unwilling to be contaminated by it. The frightening force on his fist was just like a dragon emerging from the sea as it violently smashed against He Mu's pitch-black palm. With his frightening physical body, coupled with the double strengthening of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the King Kong glass body, the strength of Xiao Yan's punch was sufficient to defeat a one-star half-emperor. When the force on his fist poured out, the expression on He Mu's face suddenly became grave. His skinny body involuntarily trembled violently. His firm mountain-like feet also involuntarily took half a step back. Only at this moment did He Mu truly understand how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. Even with his strength, he was still forced back by Xiao Yan's attack. Currently, Xiao Yan was a half-emperor. Other than those existences who truly stood at the peak of the half-emperor class, it was likely that there was no one else who could force Xiao Yan back. The current Xiao Yan was comparable to a high-level half-emperor among the half-emperor experts. However, if one were to look at Xiao Yan's current strength, based on the surface, his strength was merely that of an advanced 3-star half-emperor. Normally speaking, a 5-star half-emperor would be able to easily deal with a half-emperor expert of this level. However, Xiao Yan was an anomaly among them. Of course, while Xiao Yan's strength was acknowledged by He Mu, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart became even denser. He Mu's heart-shattering palm also caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably shocked from the bottom of his heart. There was no other reason. This heart-shattering palm was actually a true E-class Do skill. The moment his heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's palm, Xiao Yan immediately clearly sensed that his heart had actually been shattered at that instant. An incomparable aura of death also lingered over Xiao Yan's already shattered heart. At the same time,
Xiaoyan also clearly sensed that the spiritual strength that he had always been proud of was actually scattered by a single blow at this moment. At that moment, it was as though his soul had been shaken out of his body. Both his soul and body had actually died at that instant. If it were not for Xiaoyan's intelligence being far greater than an ordinary person and the heavenly flame restraining He Mu, it was likely that even if he did not die at this moment, he would at least end up seriously injured and defeated. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still felt waves of intense pain being emitted from his heart at this moment. Waves of intense pain that penetrated deep into his bones were also emitted from deep within his soul. In merely a couple of breaths' time, even the King Kong glass body that Xiaoyan had displayed was broken without being attacked. The godlike King Kong body suddenly scattered. Xiaoyan's body flew backwards uncontrollably. The aura of the heavenly flame on his body had also completely scattered. Puff! At the same time that he flew backwards, a large mouthful of fresh blood was also angrily spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth.
His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. TSK, 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 TSK. How is it? Even if one's physical body has become a saint, it might not be able to protect one's heart. Suddenly, He Mu's dark cold laughter was transmitted over from nowhere and flew into Xiaoyan's ears. It caused his scattered spirit to swiftly stabilize in a moment of anxiety. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan also keenly sensed that his own spiritual strength had already been exhausted until there was not much left. This heart-shattering palm was really terrifying. Is this an E-class Do skill? Chapter 173. TSK, 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 TSK. Physical Body Sanctification.
This venerable self wants to see just how many heavy blows your 3-star half-martial emperor body can withstand from this venerable self.
He Mu laughed. His body flashed and suddenly appeared below the continuously falling Xiaoyan's body. Energy gathered on his right leg and it ferociously kicked upwards. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding was emitted. Xiaoyan's falling body suddenly paused in the air. Following which, a frightening force completely invaded Xiaoyan's body. An instant later, that frightening force suddenly erupted and wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. A clear bone-cracking sound was also emitted. If it was not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiaoyan's vital channels, it was likely that this attack alone would have been sufficient to take Xiaoyan's life. In the next instant, Xiaoyan, who was spitting out fresh blood from his mouth, was like a cannonball.
With a bang, he was completely unable to control himself as he forcefully broke through the air above his body and shot towards the depths of the endless void.
A large amount of fresh blood was spat out without any regard for money wherever it passed. It scattered and drifted down. Within a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan had completely turned into a blood person. Bang! 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 In an instant, successive bangs resounded over this space like a cannon. One could vaguely see a figure covered in blood continuously shuttling back and forth in this empty space. However, the way he shuttled back and forth was quite strange. TSK, 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 TSK. Get up. Isn't it physical body sanctification? Isn't it diamond body? Come. Spar with this venerable self again. TSK, 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 TSK. With a flash of his body, He Mu once again appeared in the air above Xiaoyan's body. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with ridicule.
With a ferocious laugh, the corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a ruthless expression.
Immediately, his gaze shifted to the position of Xiaoyan's heart on his chest. Brat, you are the first person in many years to be able to keep your heart intact after receiving my heart-shattering palm. Therefore, I would like to see how your heart is different from other people's hearts. Before his voice faded, He Mu's right hand suddenly stretched out. His palm transformed into a claw and viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's heart. If this claw struck its target, a bloody hole would definitely appear on Xiaoyan's chest. In the next moment, He Mu's hand claw had already shattered Xiaoyan's chest. The sharp force caused traces of fresh red blood to involuntarily appear on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's flat chest caved in under this sharp force. Fresh blood also spouted out from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Puff! With a puff sound, a beautiful flame angrily spat out from Xiaoyan's heart. The fierce flame turned into a huge fireball that shot toward He Mu. Seeing this scene, He Mu's expression instantly changed. However, his ice-cold expression became extremely gloomy in the next moment. However, He Mu also clearly knew that his current situation was not as stable as it appeared on the surface. The current him did not have the ability to randomly use an E-class Do technique. That heart-shattering palm earlier had already exhausted quite a lot of his essence.
Seeing this heavenly flame protecting its master at this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless even though he was furious in his heart. The reputation of a heavenly flame was after all not for nothing.
Even this old demon from 10,000 years ago was also extremely afraid of it. Immediately, He Mu's hand claw, which was viciously clawing downwards, was instantly withdrawn. Soon after, his hand was suddenly inserted into the empty space in front of him. With a violent pull, a large section of the dark green vine was forcefully pulled out.
Go! With a cry, He Mu's hand viciously swung that section of vine out.
A ruthless expression once again surfaced on his face. Immediately, that section of vine was about to collide with the fireball. A thought passed through his mind and the dark green vine suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling green light. After which, that section of dark green vine suddenly exploded. A wild and violent Do Chi storm instantly swept apart. The strength of the fireball was also forcefully blocked by this explosion.
Humph!
So what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body?
As long as I break this heavenly flame of yours, you will still be a dead soul under this venerable self's claws.
Ha! With a stern cry, He Mu's body suddenly flashed and once again appeared below Xiao Yan's body, which was continuously falling. A fist was suddenly thrown out and once again sent Xiao Yan's falling body flying with a bang. Soon after, He Mu's body once again appeared directly above Xiao Yan's body. His hand claw was abruptly extended downwards and ruthlessly pierced into Xiao Yan's chest. Clang! However, what welcomed him was a sharp clang sound and bright sparks. An enormous force surged and Xiao Yan's body once again fell abruptly. He Mu's hand claw was startled and paused in the empty space. His pair of dark eyes were also filled with rich surprise. Based on his strength, this claw that could casually pierce through the empty space was actually unable to break through the surface of Xiao Yan's body. This truly caused this old fellow, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to feel extremely shocked. However, in the next instant, He Mu's pupils once again shrunk. At that moment, he seemed to have clearly seen a layer of scales on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Moreover, his powerful attack was blocked by those scales. That is... Faintly, He Mu felt that he seemed to have seen that layer of scales on Xiao Yan's body somewhere before. However, in the next instant, He Mu, who had yet to fully recover his senses, suddenly fell down uncontrollably. A huge force was transmitted from his wrist and controlled his body to fall downwards. I have no choice but to admit that no matter how weak the ancient practitioners were, they still possessed strength that could not be underestimated. However, you are still not qualified to compete with me in terms of physical strength. Suddenly, a somewhat tired and cold voice gently floated into the black fungus. Soon after, He Mu instantly regained his senses. The owner of this voice was actually Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would never have imagined that this human brat, who had forcefully received his heart-shattering palm, would actually have the strength to retaliate at such a time. A younger generation member with such strength could really be called terrifying. However, before He Mu could have any other thoughts in his heart, a tyrannical and violent force suddenly pounced towards him. This matter happened in an instant. Even with He Mu's character, he was unable to dodge it. Therefore, even though He Mu could feel the tyrannical and ruthless force of the force, he was ultimately unable to dodge it. There was no way for him to dodge, and that extremely powerful attack ruthlessly smashed onto He Mu's face. Only when that attack arrived, He Mu finally understood that this attack was actually Xiao Yan's heavy punch. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was stealthily emitted as He Mu's face instantly distorted. Chapter 174. In the air, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was dyed with blood, was violently grabbing He Mu's neck with one hand. His entire body was like a duck as he hung in the air. The excessive strength caused He Mu's originally dark face to become completely red at this moment. A pair of dark eyeballs were forced to protrude outwards and were about to fall out. An E-class Do technique is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, the current you is unable to unleash its true strength. If you only have this much, I think that you have lost today. Xiao Yan gently spat out a mouthful of saliva that was filled with a bloody sweetness. His other hand gently rubbed his chest. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched occasionally as he spoke in a dense tone. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that this heart-shattering palm, was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. With just his current physical body and spiritual strength, it was really difficult for him to resist that frightening strength. Given Xiao Yan's current physical body, after the heart-shattering palm strength was completely unleashed, an extremely deep crack line was unsurprisingly split open in Xiao Yan's heart. If it were not for the protection of the D bloodline and the heavenly flame within his body, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have difficulty standing up. Of course, this was not all. As an E-class Do technique, the heart-shattering palm did not only harm one's physical body. Xiao Yan's spirit had also been completely scattered by that palm. His spiritual essence had also nearly been injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had stepped into the realm of a rank 2 alchemist, it was likely that this attack would have caused Xiao Yan to end up seriously injured. From this, one could see just how frightening an E-class Do technique was. Most importantly, the current He Mu's strength was not even 1/10,000th of back then. Being able to barely use it had already caused him to pay a huge price. Being able to unleash such a frightening strength that caused even Xiao Yan's heart to palpitate, the strength of this heart-shattering palm, went without saying. Today, Xiao Yan was only barely able to withstand this frightening palm strike by relying on his powerful physical body and spiritual energy. However, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, not to mention a 3-star half-martial emperor, even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand this palm strike. Once again, Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart at the terror of this heart-shattering palm. The gaze that he used to look at He Mu became increasingly cold. The hand that was placed on his chest suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame on it gushed out from his pores with a puff sound and covered his entire hand. Then, Xiao Yan pulled He Mu, who looked like a dead chicken, in front of him. His mouth was close to He Mu's ear as he slowly spoke in a low voice. "Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Then, let me see just how strong your physical body is compared to mine, whose physical body is so weak in your eyes." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's extremely imposing punch violently smashed into He Mu's chest. The powerful and overbearing frightening force caused He Mu's skinny chest to immediately sink in. From the outside, He Mu's entire body looked just like a shriveled balloon, appearing extremely frightening. Crack! A clear sound quietly spread. An unknown number of the ribs on He Mu's chest had been shattered by this sound. The long robe on his back, which could barely be considered intact, also seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of enormous force. With a bang, it was torn apart. On the fist, an extremely powerful and frightening hidden force whizzed out like a volcanic eruption. It completely poured into He Mu's body, causing muffled explosive sounds to continuously be emitted from within He Mu's body. After receiving such a frightening punch, even He Mu found it difficult to endure. The qi and blood in his body churned intensely. Fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth, following his dry lips and rolling down. However, just as the bright red blood was about to drip onto the back of Xiao Yan's hand, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness by an invisible fierce flame amidst a chi-chi sound. Xiao Yan's expression became denser and colder after the punch landed. His hand, which was pinching He Mu, was suddenly swung upward with great force. His strong body suddenly turned on the spot and a brilliant heavenly flame instantly rose on his right leg. A high temperature spread apart and the surrounding empty space appeared to have melted as wave after wave of water-like ripples spread out. It was as though the ice had melted. In the next moment, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's face. The rich Do Qi within his body swiftly gathered on his right leg. Under the support of the Do Qi, the fiercely burning heavenly flame appeared incomparably dazzling like a shooting star. Octane blast! A glint shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes as he suddenly emitted an explosive cry in his heart. At the same time, his right leg, which was wrapped in a frightening heavenly flame, was suddenly swung forward. The cold wind was just like the edge of a blade that instantly tore through the empty space. Its frightening speed turned into waves of ear-piercing sonic booms that spread across the empty space. That frightening whip leg carried a frightening energy wind. The instant He Mu's body flew up and violently smashed into He Mu's shriveled chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like explosion was mixed with a wave of clear bone-breaking sounds as it was emitted with a bang. At the same time, a circular brilliant flame wave spread out vertically with the point of impact as its center. However, before the flame wave could completely scatter, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. Explode! Bang!
A bright explosion was suddenly emitted from within He Mu's body after he let out an explosive cry. Scarlet blood spurted out from all over He Mu's body. At the same time, his body also flew backwards like a meteor when this explosive sound was emitted. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he was naturally extremely clear in his heart that his powerful attack, which appeared to be able to seriously injure a one-star half-martial emperor, was actually just so-so when it came to someone like He Mu. This punch of Xiao Yan's was able to injure He Mu's physical body, but it was unable to harm his essence. As long as his essence remained unharmed, it would ultimately be useless no matter how much strength Xiao Yan used. Most importantly, this physical body did not belong to He Mu. Hence, if he wanted to end this endless battle, he could only make a final gamble and decide the victor in one round. Seeing that He Mu had been blown to the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan also sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax so easily. His body also swiftly withdrew as he once again spoke in his heart.
Old Gu, I hope that you can lend me a hand again.
Xiao Yan's body emitted a bang after his voice sounded. A fierce dense white flame was ignited on his body.
Bone-chilling flame. The appearance of the bone-chilling flame caused the space around them to become distorted at this moment. The empty space was just like mud, appearing incomparably viscous. The originally thin air caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing at this moment. If it was not because his strength was sufficient to allow him to breathe, it was likely that he would have difficulty enduring until the final moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart following the appearance of the bone-chilling flame.
The heavenly flame within his body swiftly surged out. The lineup this time around was undoubtedly much stronger than the few times he had fought with an 8-star half-martial emperor.
Other than the Nihility devouring flame, all the heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were present. Clusters of different colored heavenly flame essence bloomed magnificently like flowers.
However, no one would underestimate the frightening strength contained within those few flowers.
Xiao Yan's expression gradually became solemn after he took out these 4 clusters of fiercely burning heavenly flames. These heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were under his control. Naturally, there would not be much of a problem when merging with these heavenly flames. At the very most, it would exhaust him a little. However, the borrowed bone-chilling flame was a true external aid. Forget about the rejection of the bone-chilling flame. Even his own heavenly flame would not tolerate the existence of the bone-chilling flame. Although the bone-chilling flame's rejection of Xiao Yan could be ignored due to old Gu's existence, the strength of the bone-chilling flame was still present. With the support of Gu Yu's true essence body, it was impossible for the bone-chilling flame and Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to obediently cooperate. This was another great difficulty for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. The merging this time around was much more difficult than the previous few times. However, before Xiao Yan could have any thoughts, He Mu's figure once again appeared at the edge of the distant empty space. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. The 2 explosive attacks from earlier were unable to harm He Mu. Xiao Yan's frown immediately became twisted when he saw this scene. He steeled his heart and Xiao Yan's feet moved. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body also entered the empty space and roamed all over the place. The space exploded and He Mu's blood-drenched body appeared at the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. He Mu frowned slightly. Xiao Yan's speed had really exceeded his expectations. TSK. This brat is really extraordinary. Not only is he not weak, but his fleeing speed also exceeds an ordinary person. He Mu quietly sighed in his heart. Xiao Yan's tactics were really not weak. Just this agility do skill alone caused even He Mu to sigh in amazement despite his experience. However, He Mu once again emitted a strange laughter the next moment. His body moved and his claw violently grabbed at a certain empty space. Bang! A bang sounded and He Mu once again frowned. There was only a tattered robe under his hand. Xiao Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. TSK. Lucky brat. This venerable self wants to see just how many times you can dodge. He Mu's body once again flashed before his voice sounded. He instantly disappeared from this empty space. At the same time, the empty space suddenly exploded at a certain empty space 100 kilometers away. A shriveled hand suddenly extended from the empty space and crushed the empty space under the hand. Bang! However, it was a pity that the outcome was not as ideal as he had expected. What he caught in his wide palm was a piece of torn robe. Humph! A cold snort sounded. At this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless. Xiao Yan's speed was not just for show. If he wanted to capture him, he would really need to use some strength. A thought passed through his mind and He Mu's body once again flashed. At the same time, his shriveled hand claw suddenly grabbed at a certain spot in the empty space. The empty space was immediately clamped and everything within it was sealed within. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to this time around. He Mu's furious cry suddenly sounded. His hand claw violently pierced into the empty space and suddenly clenched. This time around, the expected fresh blood did not appear. On the contrary, the expression on He Mu's shriveled face suddenly changed drastically. The hand claw that was pierced into the empty space was swiftly withdrawn. After the claw was pulled out, a layer of solid ice crystals covered the entire claw, making it look like a piece of art. However, when one looked at the claw, one could see that it was charred black, as if it had been roasted by fire.
Chapter 175.
Bang! Forcefully enduring the bone-deep searing pain that was transmitted from his entire hand, He Mu clenched his teeth tightly. The fury in his heart surged. The hand claw that was sealed within the hard ice abruptly exerted force. With a bang, the searing hard ice that wrapped around his entire hand was blasted apart, revealing a dark black hand within. Although the hard ice was broken, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused He Mu's entire hand to tremble intensely. Under the charred skin, the bone marrow that was wrapped around his flesh was completely charred black. From this, one could see just how frightening the bone-chilling flame was. Bastard! Bone-chilling flame. It's this thing again. Who exactly is this brat? The other heavenly flames on his body are clearly just a wisp of essence. However, why is this bone-chilling flame so powerful? He Mu swiftly circulated the do qi within his body to suppress the bone-chilling flame that was continuing to erode his arm. At the same time, he felt a solemn feeling in his heart. If it was before, He Mu was completely confident that he could forcefully suppress Xiao Yan before he used the bone-chilling flame. With the skills that he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Xiao Yan if he really wanted to. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that he had always been quite afraid of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body. This bone-chilling flame would always give him an extremely dangerous aura. Although he did not know why, his intuition told him that he should not act recklessly before he saw Xiao Yan's true trump card. However, He Mu was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Having lived for 10,000 years, the pride in his heart was naturally quite high. To him, Xiao Yan was at the very most an anomaly among the younger generation. Even though this was the case, the threat that he posed to him was still minuscule. His skills were not something that this human brat in front of him could compare with. Even though his current strength was much weaker than before, wasn't the attitude of a strong person like this. Fury surged within He Mu's heart. He immediately emitted a cold snort. His shriveled hand suddenly drew across the space in front of him. The empty space was suddenly torn apart by this ordinary hand of his. Xiao Yan, who was within it, also appeared in front of He Mu. At a glance, the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body caused He Mu's eyes to once again focus. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. However, in the next instant, his gaze immediately turned and locked onto the space between Xiao Yan's palms. At that place, 5 different colored flames were colliding with each other. The slight friction was like the collision of lightning, creating a burst of beautiful fireworks. However, those specks of star fragments and sparks forcefully caused the empty space around Xiao Yan's hand to be continuously torn apart. When he saw this scene, He Mu's heart was immediately stunned. Soon after, a deep chill instantly spread from the bottom of his heart like wild grass. From Xiao Yan's palm, he finally sensed the aura that he had been waiting for. That aura was the terrifying strength that caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. When he clearly saw the different colored flames, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. Those 5 intense flames were 5 types of genuine heavenly flames. When he looked at Xiao Yan's current actions, it was very obvious that he planned to completely merge these 5 types of heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Could it be that he has gone crazy? Even though the origin energy that these 5 types of heavenly flames possessed was much weaker than the actual heavenly flames, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. It was a terrifying existence that no one could shake in this world. An individual heavenly flame was incomparably arrogant. Although they were all flames, they were incompatible like fire and water.
Neither could tolerate the other. The fact that Xiao Yan's body was able to contain so many different types of heavenly flames was an extremely huge difference compared to He Mu. When he saw Xiao Yan's actions at this moment, even though he was an old demon that had lived for 10,000 years, he still felt incomparably shocked. However, he quickly recovered. Regardless of whether the dose skill that Xiao Yan was currently using was real or whether Xiao Yan was able to successfully use it, the wild, violent strength in Xiao Yan's palms was being brought together by him. Whether it succeeded or not, it was still an extremely great threat to him. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he must stop Xiao Yan from continuing. As he thought of this in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on He Mu's solemn face. A thought passed through his heart, and the vortex within his body, which was originally green-colored, had already turned into a dark green color under He Mu's control. At this moment, following the rotation of He Mu's heart, the remaining Do Qi completely surged into the numerous wide Qi paths within He Mu's body. Following which, it followed the Qi paths and surged out of his body, agglomerating into a dark green Do Qi armor on the surface of He Mu's body. As long as the bone-chilling flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was still present, it was a threat that He Mu had difficulty dealing with. Therefore, in order to stop the seemingly dangerous, yet stable, wild and violent heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's palm, he had really put in a lot of effort. However, after doing all this, He Mu did not appear to be at ease. His hand, which was burned until it was a bloody mess, flipped in the air and a jade bottle appeared in He Mu's hand. Without any hesitation, He Mu suddenly clenched his hand and the jade bottle in his hand burst apart with a bang. Immediately, a cluster of viscous dark black mysterious liquid adhered to He Mu's hand and swiftly spread, wrapping around his entire arm. Soon after, it covered his entire body. He Mu also exhaled a long breath as he sensed a cool feeling being transmitted from his hand, which was being repeatedly burned by the heavenly flame. Soon after, his blade-like gaze looked at Xiao Yan. Bastard brat. I did not expect that you actually have so many heavenly flames on your body. However, since you like to play with fire so much, this venerable self shall let you play with fire and burn yourself. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's body had already disappeared from his original spot. His hand, which was covered by the dark black viscous liquid, grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Even though Xiao Yan had the help of a man-class agility do technique like the Sky Absolute Step, He Mu, who had unleashed all of his strength, was ultimately too lacking. Xiao Yan's body had just dodged when He Mu's hand claw quickly followed and grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Although he had dodged most of it, the heavenly flame protecting his body was also forcefully separated. The dark black shiny hand claw viciously tore at Xiao Yan's waist. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread. The dense white heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's waist was forcefully separated, revealing the scales that contained a purple-gold glow under it. At this moment, 5 ink-like black claw marks appeared on Xiao Yan's waist along with some faint traces of blood. The scales that contained a purple-gold glow around the claw marks were actually corroded a little by the dark black viscous liquid that covered them. Clearly, the dark black viscous liquid was extremely poisonous. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan, who had the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, was completely immune to this frightening poison. Of course, on the other hand, Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate this thing. Just the fact that it was able to forcefully separate the bone-chilling flame was enough to cause Xiao Yan to treat it seriously. The next moment, as He Mu's hand claw swiftly left, the dense white, heavenly flame also pounced forward. After emitting a slight chi-chi sound, a grayish-black chi flew out from the heavenly flame. Looking at He Mu again, the dense white bone-chilling flame relentlessly pounced forward after he had just withdrawn his hand claw that was covered with the dark black venom. The heavenly flame, which was originally stuck to his hand claw, swiftly spread to his entire body. A chi-chi sound, which was like being fried, immediately sounded. Bastard! Get lost! The fiercely burning heavenly flame caused He Mu, who was under it, to feel incomparable pain. He let out a furious cry and the do chi within his body surged out. Immediately, He Mu's entire body shook violently. The do chi that had just surged out of his body suddenly exploded, completely dispersing the bone-chilling flame. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yan with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan took advantage of the gap when He Mu was being pestered by the bone-chilling flame to unleash the Sky Extinction Step with all his might. His body had already withdrawn by tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, The fire glow on the 5 clusters of different colored, heavenly flames in Xiaoyan's hands finally began to slowly merge together under Xiaoyan's control. He Mu's heart was immediately greatly startled when he saw this. Immediately, however, it transformed into an explosive cry that was filled with murderous intent. His body once again flashed and the empty space of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly traversed by him. A hoarse stern cry was emitted from He Mu's throat. His hand claw was bent and the dou qi within his body swiftly gathered in his hand claw. The blood color on his face also swiftly turned pale at this moment. Clearly, the following attack would definitely not be weaker than the heart-shattering palm. Heaven-capturing claw. An explosive cry was emitted. He Mu's hand claw had already grabbed towards Xiaoyan from a distance. In the next moment, the empty space within a 1,000-kilometer radius suddenly exploded. An invisible hand claw appeared in the empty space. The hand claw fell and violently grabbed at Xiaoyan. At this moment, the originally illusory empty space was even sharper than the edge of a blade. In merely an instant, Xiaoyan had already been completely sealed. He did not even have the opportunity to withdraw. TSK. Die. Die. In the end, you are merely a human brat. How can your strength contend with this venerable self? Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, do you really think that this venerable self will not be able to do anything to you? Seeing that Xiaoyan had been sealed by this heaven-capturing claw, the corners of He Mu's scarlet mouth parted into a bloodthirsty ice-cold smile. A scarlet glow shot out from both of his eyes like a rainbow. His expression as he stared at Xiaoyan became increasingly excited. It was as though he had already seen Xiaoyan's miserable death. Xiaoyan's pair of beautiful flame eyes stared intently at the incoming hand claw. The strength contained within it was something that even he was unable to contend with. He was certain that if he was even the slightest bit touched by it, it was likely that his physical body, which he had painstakingly trained, would be completely crippled. Not only that, he would also fall into a seriously injured state. At that time, it was likely that he would only be at the mercy of He Mu. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan's heart immediately became incomparably anxious. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his palm also quietly sped up without anyone noticing. However, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the young and inexperienced brat from back then. Although the situation before him was urgent, he was extremely clear in his heart that the more desperate the situation was, the more he needed to remain calm. If the frightening might of this heaven-capturing claw really caused his mind to become unstable, the backlash from the heavenly flames would also result in his death. Hence, instead of worrying about this heaven-capturing claw in front of him, it was better for him to wholeheartedly focus on controlling and merging the heavenly flames in his palm. Perhaps, he might still have a chance. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial site today. Hence, he must succeed in the merger today. Success or failure was all in his hands. Xiaoyan's gaze stared intently at the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his hands. A frightening spiritual strength instantly swept out like a storm. The invisible spiritual strength swiftly wrapped around the 5 clusters of heavenly flames and used all its strength to maintain the balance between them. Perhaps it was because of this critical moment that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength actually faintly rose a little. This allowed him to better control the balance between the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames naturally exhausted a great amount of dou qi. Moreover, Xiaoyan wanted to wholeheartedly control the bone-chilling flame. The exhaustion of his dou qi was incomparably frightening. In merely a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan felt that the dou qi in his body had been completely exhausted. A tiredness that originated from his soul swept over his entire body. However, he knew that at this very moment, he definitely could not relax even a little. Heavenly flames merge for me. Xiaoyan's teeth suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaoyan to immediately recover his clarity of mind. Immediately, he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his entire face tensed up at this moment. After which, a low and deep beast-like roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. At this moment, there was a somewhat ferocious expression on his stiff face. After his roar sounded, his hands suddenly slapped together. As the flame exploded, the purple-gold dragon scales on Xiaoyan's hands were involuntarily torn apart. Fresh blood was just like a small snake as it coiled and flowed on Xiaoyan's arms. Some of the faint purple-gold blood vessels within it also quietly merged into Xiaoyan's arms after circulating once. In the next moment, After the flame scattered, a mysterious feeling immediately rippled within Xiao Yan's heart.
A faint strange feeling continued to swirl within Xiao Yan's heart.
It was just like a horned dragon in a pool, appearing and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful five-color fire lotus slowly surfaced in front of Xiao Yan.
The five-color fire lotus slowly rotated.
However, following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding 10,000 feet space was repeatedly torn apart.
Empty.
Darkness. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature spread throughout the entire mysterious space.
The endless space was completely distorted at this moment.
At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Seeing the five-color fire lotus floating in front of Xiao Yan, He Mu's face, who was nearby, involuntarily twitched violently. A feeling of terror rose from the bottom of his heart like floodwaters. Xiao Yan glanced at He Mu's terrified expression with disdain. Finally, a smile of relief was revealed on his pale face.
Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with all his strength.
At the same time, his mouth did its best to shout,
"Buddhas! Fury! Fire! Lotus!" Chapter 176.
The beautiful five-colored fire lotus was just like an exquisite piece of art. Its beautiful appearance caused one's heart to be intoxicated. However, at this moment, this seemingly harmless fire lotus suddenly began to tremble the instant it flew out.
Inch by inch, the empty space was like a staircase to heaven.
It repeatedly collapsed following the direction the fire lotus flew in. One layer, another layer. On the opposite side, the heaven-capturing claw, which was similarly filled with an imposing aura, also shook the entire empty space. The dark, deep empty space was repeatedly compressed and solidified. It appeared to be viscous as it transformed into a beast claw that towered to the sky. It tore through the empty space and furiously clawed at the distant, angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus, which appeared to be only the size of a wash basin, appeared just like an extremely tiny speck of dust when compared to this enormous claw that towered to the sky. It caused one to unknowingly have an illusion that one could not compare with it. Xiao Yan helplessly endured the frightening wind that came head-on. His pale face was distorted by the whistling wind at this moment. The wind was bitterly cold, causing his breathing to become increasingly difficult. At this moment, the dou qi within his body was severely lacking. He really had no way to ignore this frightening wind. If it was any other time, it was likely that this kind of wind would have difficulty even approaching 1,000 feet. Of course, He Mu was not much better off in comparison. Over half of the layer of dark black sticky liquid on the surface of his body had already disappeared. The aura on his body was also extremely weak. Even his body had involuntarily swayed slightly when the wind came attacking. The key to the victory of this battle was the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw that were about to collide at this moment. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of weariness and powerlessness that were emitted from his body. He forcefully supported his falling body. His dark black eyes stared intently at the slowly rotating fire lotus. Xiao Yan's dry throat rolled violently. His heartbeat also swiftly increased at this moment. At this moment, even with his character, he involuntarily felt incomparably anxious because of the current battle situation. He was naturally aware of the might of the Buddha's fiery lotus. Moreover, the Buddha's fiery lotus this time could be said to be the most powerful one he had ever unleashed. There was naturally no need to doubt its strength. However, He Mu's heaven-capturing claw was also an E-class dou technique with a monstrous might. Even though its strength could not be compared to back then, an E-class dou technique was still an E-class dou technique. The deterrent force of the dou technique was displayed clearly. Using Xiao Yan's man-class dou technique to fight against it caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely worried. On the other hand, the anxiety in He Mu's heart was not much less than Xiao Yan's. The wild and violent might of the angry Buddha lotus flame merged with 5 types of heavenly flames. That kind of destructive strength caused his heart to palpitate even though he was a great distance away. Although his heaven-capturing claw was a dignified E-class dou technique, his current strength could not be compared to back then. How could he unleash the true might of an E-class dou technique? It was already not bad to be able to fight against this fire lotus. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. At the same time that his heart palpitated, He Mu's heart was also extremely shocked. It was likely that an ordinary man-class dou technique could not compare with such a frightening dou technique. In this way, would this fire lotus not at the very least be a man-class high-level dou technique? A little bandy brat was actually able to possess a man-class high-level Do technique. Even in the ancient times, there were not many factions that could possess such a wealth from the younger generation. Just who was the person behind this brat? At this moment, He Mu's heart could not help but become anxious once again. There was also some hesitation deep within his heart. It was fine if Xiaoyan was just a lone practitioner. However, if there was a faction behind him, it would definitely be a terrifying person that even he had to keep a safe distance from. If it was that kind of faction, the moment Xiaoyan died, the murderer would be able to be determined to be He Mu.
At that time, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping this calamity. However, he had already made a move. Even if he released Xiaoyan at this moment, there would not be any good outcome. Why not go all the way? In any case, there would be the same outcome whether he killed Xiaoyan or not.
Naturally, he would not let him off.
As he thought of this, a ruthless expression instantly flashed across He Mu's dark eyes. Immediately, his gaze looked at Xiaoyan.
The killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. The moment Xiaoyan sensed the expression in He Mu's eyes, the beautiful fire lotus in the air violently collided with the enormous claw with a frightening aura.
As the fire lotus slowly rotated, the outermost golden lotus petals quietly separated from its body and floated around the fire lotus. Circle after circle of golden flame ripples spread out, turning into a curtain of fire that covered the entire space. As the ripples spread out, they were forcefully blocked in the empty space within 100 miles. It was like an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire empty space covered by the fire curtain. In Xiaoyan's eyes, Ling Tian's enormous claw had finally reached down.
In front of him, the fire lotus, which was like a speck of dust, appeared to be in imminent danger. It was likely that it would be torn apart by the frightening astral winds that came pressing down in the next instant. However, compared to this imagination, the strength of the fire lotus was even more prominent. With the fire curtain blocked, the heavenly fire that spread out also scattered, transforming into wisps of flames that slowly dissipated into the air. After breaking through the fire curtain, the heaven-capturing claw seemed to become even more arrogant. A terrifying pressure broke through the void. Numerous bright silver spatial storms shot out from the depths of the void like the sharpness of blades. They danced in all directions in this space, causing one to shudder with fear at a glance. The strength that such a wild and violent spatial storm possessed was something that even an ordinary one-star ban emperor would not dare to easily ignore. From the looks of it, before the wild and violent spatial storm could wreak havoc, it would be shattered into pieces by the frightening might of the heaven-capturing claw. The might of the world was merely a decoration at this moment. The terror of this E-class Do technique was obvious. Of course, while the spatial storm raged, there were naturally a couple of bright energy pillars that swept towards the fire lotus. From the looks of its frightening might, it appeared as though it wanted to shatter the fire lotus in an instant. Compared to it, the might of the fire lotus was even greater. The lotus petals that were scattered around its body slowly rotated. The seemingly thin lotus petals were just like sharp blades as they rotated. Numerous spatial cracks that were nearly undetectable appeared in the invisible space as they slowly rotated. The tiny cracks intertwined with each other in an irregular manner, appearing just like an extremely small net. However, its sharpness was something that even some of the famous divine steel on the continent would likely appear like tofu in front of it. In the face of this invisible shield, those few bright spatial storms were naturally unable to create any waves. With just a single exchange, these spatial storms, which even a one-star half-martial emperor had to be cautious against, were shattered with a single strike. A clear glass shattering sound was quietly emitted. Following the spreading of another invisible spatial ripple, the atmosphere within this space suddenly became tense. The lotus petals that were floating around the fire lotus suddenly trembled intensely the instant the sound was emitted. Wave after wave of surging fire energy swept out like a turbulent sea wave. In merely an instant, a frightening cluster of fire that was 1,000 feet large stood in the empty space like a sun. A dazzling firelight shot in all directions, attacking deep into the empty space. The searing hot flame raged in the empty space. Under the gaze of the naked eye, the dark and empty space appeared just like a cluster of viscous liquid. At a glance, one's sight was blocked by the empty space in front of one, unable to look into the deeper darkness. In contrast, at the same time that the lotus petals changed, Ling Tian's hand claws also became increasingly solid. Waves of dark black fog rose, transforming into sharp arrows in the empty space. With a biting cold glint, they were aimed directly at the fire lotus. The black fog rose.
In merely an instant, the entire empty space was filled with countless sharp arrows. At a glance, this endless amount of arrows were just like numerous pitch-black poisonous snakes. Their sharp poisonous fangs were impatiently staring at the fire lotus. It was as though they would tear the fire lotus apart in the blink of an eye if the weather changed. In the next moment, a large black mass of arrows had already completely surrounded the fire lotus. The fire lotus was surrounded by arrows. At this moment, even the dazzling firelight that he was so proud of had been completely buried. Chapter 177. Swoosh! Suddenly, the countless number of arrows that covered the entire empty space instantly shot out. They were just like arrows that had been released from a bow as they pierced through the empty space. Numerous sharp arrows carried an incomparably strong wind as they smashed into the invisible spatial crack lines around the fire lotus. Immediately, a clear sound similar to glass shattering appeared unceasingly. Circular water-like spatial ripples also appeared on the invisible spatial crack lines.
In fact, within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible shield that was formed by the countless number of spatial crack lines had also been forcefully smashed into a couple of fist-sized holes by this continuous bombardment.
Those tiny spatial crack lines also became increasingly large. Clearly, this spatial crack line alone was unable to block this wild and crazy attack. All it needed was a moment before the spatial crack lines around the fire lotus would be completely scattered. However, the fire lotus was indifferent to this. The only thing that changed was that the few paper-thin fire lotus petals around it had begun to rotate wildly. The rapid rotation caused an additional fire circle to appear around the fire lotus. The strength and brutality of the heavenly flame caused the surrounding space to appear like a leaf that had been swept into a storm as it was instantly torn apart. Not only that, this frightening firestorm was also swiftly growing at a frightening speed. Within a breath's time, it had soared to 1,000 feet in size. The fire lotus was hidden within it, as though everything that was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with it. Within this space, the empty space was being wildly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even larger pieces of paper were being mercilessly torn apart. The frightening firestorm was still continuing to grow. The expressions on Xiaoyan and He Mu's faces were different when they saw this scene from the outside. The thing that Xiaoyan did not expect was that this angry Buddha lotus flame, that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flames, was actually this frightening. It had merely moved its body randomly, and it had directly torn apart the frightening attack of the heaven-capturing claw. This point caused even him, its owner, to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. On the other hand, He Mu's face, which was covered with mysterious symbols, had an expression that appeared as though it could scare someone to death. The muscles on both sides of his mouth were violently pulled downwards. His pair of shady old eyes appeared as though they were about to spit out fire. The coarse and heavy breathing that was emitted from his nose caused one to feel afraid upon seeing it. This gloomy appearance was as though someone owed him $100 million, causing one's heart to shudder. At this moment, the countless number of sharp arrows that were shooting toward the fire lotus in the empty space were just like yellow autumn leaves that had fallen into it. They were just like fish in the pond that had been caught in it. However, they were unable to avoid it. Even though they possessed a frightening strength that could tear apart the empty space, they appeared to be powerless at this moment. With just one collision, they were torn apart by the frightening firestorm and instantly turned into nothingness. A moment later, after the countless number of arrows in the empty space had been completely destroyed, this wild and violent firestorm once again appeared to have cleared up after the rain. The turbulent empty space finally slowly returned to its calm state. Xiaoyan and He Mu were finally able to once again see the expressions on each other's faces through the empty space. Seeing the expression on He Mu's face, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit surprised in his heart. After all, it was likely that no one would have any good emotions in their hearts after having used a powerful Do technique and still ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, this manner of He Mu was precisely what Xiaoyan wanted to see. He Mu's pair of extremely dark and solemn eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan at the same time that Xiaoyan saw him. The furious expression in his eyes appeared as though he wished that he could eat Xiaoyan in one bite. However, this violent expression was ultimately exchanged with a cold smile from Xiaoyan. Immediately, the fury in He Mu's eyes soared once again. His pair of dark green eyes were swiftly replaced by a dark and solemn crimson color. The dark black empty space caused one to be unable to sense the wild storm that had occurred in this place a moment ago. Of course, the countless number of dark black arrows that had scattered along with it were also completely swept away. This space once again returned to a temporary silence. However,
The atmosphere that was filled with a pressuring force caused one to have a heavy feeling as though a storm was about to arrive.
This moment of silence was the final moment before the storm arrived. Once this silence was over, true terror would descend upon this world in the form of the destruction of the world. At that time, it would be the moment where the victor would be decided in a single blow. At this moment, all of the bets of these two people were placed here. Xiao Yan and He Mu looked at each other from a distance within the quiet empty space. The beautiful fire lotus slowly rotated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The surrounding space once again collapsed following it. In front of He Mu, the heaven-capturing claw that had covered the entire empty space was facing off against the fire lotus. At this moment, it had also gathered all of its aura and was waiting for the moment to completely erupt. At this moment, an extremely solemn expression appeared on the faces of these two people. Clearly, even with the strength of these two people, they did not dare to guarantee that they would win the current situation. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed frightening, and his strength could be considered as truly outstanding among those of the same generation. However, the fellow in front of him was a genuine ancient demon. His original strength was so frightening that even on this continent, he was a terrifying existence that was not the slightest bit weak. Even though his current strength was not as strong as it was back then, after all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. When facing He Mu, he had to be extremely alert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who would be the one to die. Xiao Yan was unwilling to do such a foolish thing that would cause him to fail miserably. Compared to Xiao Yan, the current He Mu was even more intensely nervous. In his heart, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true strength would actually far surpass his expectations. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed could already be considered to be invincible among the half-martial emperors. It was simply impossible for an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor to have any chance of survival when faced with this fire lotus. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if they were to receive all of the power of this fire lotus by themselves, even if they did not die, they would only be left with half a life. Of course, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to sit and wait for death when faced with such a frightening dose skill. The current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to use this fire lotus in front of a 9-star half-martial emperor. If it was not for the fact that He Mu was in a weakened state today, how could Xiao Yan possibly have the opportunity to injure him? Time slowly passed. Within the empty space, the speed at which the gorgeous fire lotus rotated also became faster and faster. Gradually, even with the eyesight of Xiao Yan and He Mu, they were actually only able to vaguely see the outline of the fire lotus. At this moment, the gorgeous fire lotus appeared like a flywheel. From its outer appearance, it was simply impossible to find the slightest trace of a fire lotus. The most surprising thing was that the empty space surrounding the fire lotus was actually not affected in the slightest by such an extremely fast rotation. It still appeared to be calm. However, before the perception of Xiao Yan and He Mu, all of this was revealed regardless of how perfect the decoration was. When they sensed the abnormality around the fire lotus, even the master of the fire lotus, Xiao Yan, involuntarily revealed a shocked expression on his pale face. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, the seemingly calm empty space around the fire lotus at this moment was actually a frightening whirlpool that appeared like a waterspout under the calmness of the space. Following the rapid rotation of the fire lotus, the invisible space formed a funnel-like frightening whirlpool in the empty space. The empty space was being continuously devoured by it. Soon after, it merged with the whirlpool, causing the space within the whirlpool to become increasingly viscous. In merely a short moment, the space within the whirlpool had become like the deep sea. The frightening spatial pressure caused even Xiao Yan's illusory spiritual strength to involuntarily feel a wave of heaviness. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the pressure within the whirlpool was. Chapter 178. While Xiao Yan was investigating the situation around the fire lotus, He Mu on the opposite side had similarly reflected the invisible whirlpool in his eyes. His expression changed as his heart involuntarily became speechless at this heaven-defying technique of Xiao Yan's. He had never expected that a brat whose strength was merely that of a half D-class would actually be able to display such a frightening Do technique. From the looks of it, this fire lotus Do technique clearly still had room for improvement. In other words, the future tier of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame would not be limited to a man-class Do technique. Once it truly matured, in addition to the continuous growth of Xiao Yan's strength, the strength of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame would become increasingly frightening. At that time, this Angry Buddha Lotus Flame might even directly surpass the category of a Ling-class Do technique and become an E-class Do technique. When he thought of this, even with He Mu's character, his heart involuntarily thumped. As an old fellow from 10,000 years ago, he was naturally extremely clear about the terror of an E-class Do technique. After all, at this moment, he had 3 E-class Do techniques in his hands. Even if this was placed in the ancient times, it would still be considered an extremely large fortune. He Mu clearly remembered that back then, there were many strong people who were stronger than him who wanted to compete with him. However, in the end, all of their efforts were in vain, and they suffered a double loss after trying to win. When He Mu, who possessed an E-class Do technique, unleashed it with all his strength, even if the other party's strength had reached the Source class, the overbearing E-class Do technique would still allow He Mu to remain in an invincible position. Hence, He Mu had always paid great attention to E-class Do techniques in his heart. As for the Xiang-class Do technique that was one level higher, He Mu did not even dare to think about it. Even in his era, that kind of Do technique was something that only the truly strong people on the continent could possess. The strength of that kind of Do technique was something that even with He Mu's character in the past, he had never dared to imagine. A man-class Do technique was sufficient to completely destroy a part of the world. Wouldn't a Ling-class Do technique be even better? An E-class Do technique was already sufficient to treat the world as nothing. In that case, a Xiang-class Do technique. He Mu's body suddenly trembled when he thought of this. His empty eyes hurriedly recovered. He shook his head and swiftly cut off the thread of thought in his heart. After which, he once again looked at Xiaoyan with a lingering fear in his heart. However, at this moment, He Mu's tanned face appeared somewhat pale. In front of a Xiang-class Do technique, even he did not dare to think too much. This did not mean that he was afraid of a Saint-class Do skill. A Do skill would forever be a medium for Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Without someone to use it, it was similarly useless. However, the Xiang-class Do technique did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, it would not cause He Mu's hair to stand just by thinking about it. Not only was the Xiang-class Do technique frightening, but it was also difficult to control it without sufficient strength. As for the Xiang-class taboo Do techniques that were even more difficult to imagine, with that kind of power, perhaps the entire continent would suffer from a destructive storm. Fortunately, let alone a Xiang-class taboo Do technique, there had not been any news of a Xiang-class Do technique in the past 1,000 years on the continent. Even an E-class Do technique was something that the number of people who could truly grasp in the hands of the current continent was similarly very few. After all, while a frightening Do technique of that level was extremely powerful, it also required quite a lot of effort to create. In this aspect, only those true experts on the continent were able to do so. At the same time, the most important factor was one's comprehension ability, some other ethereal state, or some special inheritance left behind by some experts. Perhaps one would have the opportunity to create a Do technique. Otherwise, it was something like trying one's luck. For example, Xiaoyan. The situation had changed. Under the suppression of the combined strength of the experts on the continent, all the Do skills that surpassed the Tian-class Do skill had to be released into the endless empty space when they were unleashed. This rule also prevented the entire continent from being turned into a desolation by the battles between the experts. While Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame was swiftly agglomerating its strength, the similarly incomparably frightening E-class Do technique, Heaven Capturing Claw, was crazily fighting for all the energy within this space. On the dark black hand claw, the hand claw that was agglomerated from the endless void was currently emitting waves after waves of frightening, devouring strength. That strength originated from the void. At this moment, it was once again devouring the void, causing it to become even more frightening. As the endless void was repeatedly devoured, a layer of dark black light spots was swiftly agglomerating at a speed visible to the naked eye on the surface of the dark black hand claw. Following the agglomeration of these dark black light spots, numerous armor-like items vaguely appeared on this frightening hand claw. Those fragments also gradually joined together under the repeated agglomeration of the dark black light spots. The shattered armor was also being restored to its original condition. Xiaoyan outside of the arena immediately knit his brows tightly when he saw this scene. This heaven-capturing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. It was actually able to use the spatial strength within the endless void to agglomerate an armor. In this way, not only did the heaven-capturing claw obtain a great increase in its strength, it was also able to repeatedly swallow the spatial strength around it to replenish itself. If the angry Buddha lotus flame was unable to break it in one go, it was likely that the result would not be something that the current Xiaoyan was willing to see. Being the owner of this heaven-capturing claw, He Mu did not appear to be too surprised in his heart when he saw the scene that was happening on the heaven-capturing claw. This heaven-capturing claw was one of his trump cards when he was at his peak. Even now, the angry Buddha lotus flame in front of him was not weak. However, he still had quite a lot of confidence in his heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was not something that could be described with words alone.
Sensing the waves of increasingly frightening aura that was being emitted from the heaven-capturing claw, He Mu's face, which had become somewhat nervous because of the angry Buddha lotus flame, once again recovered its calmness at this moment.
It seemed that in order to borrow the strength of the heaven-capturing claw, to take down Xiao Yan in one go, the current He Mu had truly gone all out.
One could see that He Mu's pair of shriveled hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were slowly extended out.
His shriveled hands were slightly curled as they were lifted. He gently drew across his forehead, which was covered with wrinkles. His usually unremarkable fingernails were even sharper than those steel blades and swords at this moment. As He Mu's fingertips drew across, a bloody wound was slowly cut open in the middle of his brows.
After which, under He Mu's control, a drop of essence blood, which carried a dark golden glow, slowly floated in front of He Mu.
At the same time that this essence blood was forced out, He Mu's originally pale face became even more withered and yellow. Under his shriveled face, it appeared that only a piece of his skull was left. The glow within his pair of shady eyes had also completely disappeared. The aura of his entire body had suddenly dropped by a level at this moment.
Given He Mu's current condition, the price of using the essence blood within his body was indeed a little too great.
However, it was fortunate that this body did not completely belong to him. While he was suffering, the original owner of this body, Qing Mu, would also be implicated. Thus, He Mu's heart felt a little better. However, the current situation was not like this. What he needed to do was to once again raise the strength of the heaven-capturing claw. As an E-class Do technique, the current heaven-capturing claw did not even possess 1% of its strength at its peak condition. The most important aspect of an E-class Do technique was the merger of Do Qi and spiritual strength. Only when the two were merged and complemented each other would its strength be able to be multiplied.
He Mu appeared somewhat strenuous as he inhaled a deep breath of the air in front of him that contained a bloody stench that pounced toward him.
Both of his eyes were slowly shut. The moment he opened them again, a glow shot out in all directions from his eyes. A thought passed through his heart and the remaining Do Qi in his body began to surge like a surging river. Waves of majestic spiritual strength between He Mu's brows also transformed into waves of earth-shaking waves that swept toward every corner of this space. In the next moment, He Mu's right hand's index finger and middle finger were placed together. He moved his wrist and the tip of his finger repeatedly flashed over that drop of essence blood.
At the same time that his finger repeatedly flashed, the waves of invisible spiritual strength around him also seemed to have been attracted by something and completely gathered toward that drop of essence blood.
Ha! Merge for me! Suddenly, He Mu's mouth emitted a low beast-like cry. His dark black index finger also pressed on that drop of essence blood at the same time as this low cry was emitted. Immediately, light shot in all directions. Countless golden lights that were wrapped by spiritual strength shot out in all directions like numerous glaring sunlight. Immediately, all of them gathered into the heaven-capturing claw.
They followed the numerous swirls on the surface of the heaven-capturing claw and merged into it, causing the heaven-capturing claw to vaguely possess a kind of special strength. Buzz! At a certain moment, a buzzing sound that seemed to cause space to tremble was suddenly emitted from the quiet empty space. Immediately, one could see a circular brilliant flame wave in the empty space swiftly spread apart like a wave on the sea following that buzzing sound. It broke through all the restraints of the surrounding space and directly collided with the enormous Ling Tian's hand claw that was surrounding it. Ling Tian's hand claw also seemed to have sensed something. The hand claw that covered most of the empty space also emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. Immediately, this enormous hand claw appeared to have come alive. The enormous hand claw suddenly moved. Its 5 fingers spread open and it waved the sharp hand claw. A claw violently smashed toward the incoming flame wave. At this moment, the true collision had just begun. Chapter 179. Bang! A frightening Do Qi storm swept apart like a tsunami from the empty space. The beautiful flame was mixed with a dense black-colored fog. The two were like two enormous dragons that were entangled with each other as they swept in all directions with this frightening Do Qi storm. At this moment, the entire space began to tremble intensely. Even the world above the space,
which had just returned to its peaceful state, began to tremble slightly at this moment. Ha! What is going on? A light flashed in the sky above the endless forest. Immediately, old Luo's figure appeared in the empty space.
A pair of sharp old eyes were filled with a grave expression as he stared at the ground in the forest below.
Just a moment ago, old Luo had clearly sensed a slight tremor in this space.
The reason for the tremor was from the ground in front of him.
More accurately speaking, it should be from deep within the ground.
With old Luo's cultivation and extraordinary perception, he was able to tell that the strength that caused this space to tremble originated from two kinds of Do skills, even though he was unable to completely absorb the scene at the source of the tremor in his eyes.
Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed slightly when he sensed this. He Mu had dragged Xiaoyan deep into the ground for half a month. With He Mu's strength, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already become a dead soul under his claws during this half a month. Since this was the case, who was the person who had used the Do skills at this moment? Old Luo's gloomy expression, which had been gloomy for half a month, immediately became gloomy when he thought of Xiaoyan. Something had happened to Xiaoyan.
All of this could ultimately be blamed on him, however. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen.
It had only been half a month. Why had the deep ground once again become turbulent? Just what is going on? Don't tell me that brat Yen Xiao is actually still alive? But with He Mu's methods, how could he possibly leave Yen Xiao alive? Moreover, Yen Xiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight back then. Even if he had recovered during this half a month, he would definitely not be a match for He Mu.
That person. After analyzing in his heart, Elder Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. The expression between his eyebrows seemed to have thought of something. He slightly clenched his fists under his sleeves and muttered to himself in a low voice. Could it be that this is that old fellow Qing Mu?
Did he break free? When he thought of this, Elder Luo felt a little more relaxed. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble and Qing Mu was still alive, this could be considered a good outcome for him. However, old Luo quickly knitted his brows. Based on his understanding of the two of them, He Mu's strength was stronger than Qing Mu's. In the past, he had to join forces with Qing Mu in order to barely suppress He Mu. Although He Mu had exhausted all the energy he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years in the great battle half a month ago, Qing Mu had also exhausted a lot of energy in that battle. Under He Mu's control, the energy in his body must have been exhausted. And after half a month of recovery, even if He Mu could not return to his previous state, he was definitely not someone that Qing Mu could deal with. If Qing Mu were to fight again at this time, the result would not be good. When he thought of this, the relaxed expression on Elder Luo's face could not help but become nervous again. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Luo quickly calmed down. He flipped his palm and a green jade token appeared in his palm. The moment the jade token appeared, Elder Luo clenched his fist and the green jade token was instantly crushed into a pile of stone powder. At the same time, in the depths of the vast forest, there was a flash of brilliance. Dozens of figures flew into the sky and turned into green meteors as they rapidly flew toward Elder Luo. Elder Luo! When the dozens of figures arrived in front of Elder Luo, they simultaneously stopped and stood in the sky.
They bowed to Elder Luo and greeted him respectfully.
At this time, Elder Luo was not in the mood to care about these complicated formalities.
He waved his hand casually and said, "Quickly disperse.
All of you, quickly disperse and set up a large formation outside the forest. I presume that there will be a fierce battle soon. During this period, all of you are not allowed to leave your posts without permission. You must be on guard at all times. Once there is any movement, there is no need to inform this old man." As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, the figures in green robes responded in unison. Elder Luo was worried about the situation below and was about to leave. "Elder Luo, may I know what happened? Why is Elder Luo in such a hurry?" Just as Elder Luo's figure turned around, the figure closest to Elder Luo behind him hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask. When Elder Luo heard this, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to slap the person who spoke to him to death. The battle was over, and the patriarch had been captured. Now, you're asking me what happened? How could I not be enraged? You. Good. You are really good. What a good 32 spirit guards of the spirit ginseng tribe. You really do not come out until death is near. Go back and set up the array. When Elder Luo shouted angrily, The 32 spirit guards immediately trembled.
They did not dare to say anything else and quickly lowered their heads and retreated.
Although Old Luo was not a member of their spiritual ginseng tribe, they clearly knew that Old Luo's position in the tribe was no different from the tribe leader. Naturally, they would not be able to bear the anger of the tribe leader.
Elder Luo angrily glared at the departing figures of the group of spiritual guards.
He also angrily flung his wide sleeves and scolded in a low voice. Humph! No wonder the great spirit ginseng tribe declined to such a state. How can such people protect the spirit ginseng tribe? You have been living a peaceful life for too long. You have forgotten how the world works. When Elder Luo regained his senses, he looked at the ground below again.
The expression on his face became worried.
Say, I hope that old man can rush out. As long as he is on the ground, everything will be easy. This time, Mu will not be able to return. However, compared to Elder Luo's guesses and worries on the ground, there was another scene in the mysterious space below the ground. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm swept through the entire space. In the empty space, 3 layers of the 5 petals of the angry Buddha lotus flame had already been removed. Only the lotus core was left. At this moment, Mu was finally able to clearly see the faint light figure on the angry Buddha lotus flame. The face of the light figure was not much different from Xiaoyan's. Seeing this, Mu's heart was immediately shocked. Putting aside the fact that this Do skill was at the peak of the man-class Do skills, just this light figure alone was enough to shock him. This angry Buddha lotus flame was actually created by Xiaoyan. After experiencing 3 frightening Do-Chi attacks, Mu could clearly sense that the strength of the fire lotus was stronger each time. The subsequent attacks would likely be even more frightening. What kind of monster is this little fellow? He is merely a bandit. How can he create such a frightening thing? Is this really something that a human can do?
If it was an ordinary man-class Do skill, Mu would be able to face it without the Do skill spirit transformation even if the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame was quite great. However, if it was like this, he could not help but feel a little worried. The terror of the Do skill spirit transformation was that it was able to unleash all the strength of a man-class Do skill to its greatest extent. It was able to unleash the strength that a man-class Do skill possessed without restraint. This point was something that an ordinary man-class Do skill could not compare with. It was also because of this point that Mu knew that the strength that the remaining 2 layers of lotus petals possessed would be even more frightening than what he had imagined in his heart. On the other hand, that heaven-seizing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. Although its strength was not as strong as it was back then, even so, that enormous hand claw still maintained its integrity. The strength within it was also incomparably powerful. In comparison, Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame was as tiny as a speck of dust in front of it. Looking at the current Xiaoyan, his aura had already become extremely weak. His entire face was devoid of blood. A pair of bright eyes appeared to be deeply embedded in his eye sockets. His entire body's condition was extremely weak. If it was not because he was forcefully supporting himself with his mind, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already landed somewhere unknown. After a short period of silence, the fire lotus petals once again separated from the main body in the air. A turbulent black fog once again surged out from the surface of the heaven-capturing claw. The next moment, the final attack finally arrived. Chapter 180. The extremely frightening flame wave carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it swept across the entire empty space and violently smashed toward the heaven-capturing claw. At the same time, the turbulent black fog around the heaven-capturing claw also suddenly swept apart after churning for a while. It violently collided with the flame wave. Immediately, the entire space once again shook intensely. The shaking this time around was even more intense than the previous few times. Even the ginseng ancient trees in the outside world shook intensely. Elder Luo's originally tightly knit eyebrows became even more twisted when he saw this. His heart was incomparably worried. However, due to the uniqueness of this world, even he was unable to forcefully step into the world below the ground. Ugh! Elder Luo sighed with a solemn face. He could only helplessly shift his attention to the large formation. This was also the final assurance in Elder Luo's heart. The instant the flame wave and the storm formed by the black fog collided, it appeared as though a barrier had been set up in the empty space, separating this space into 2 halves. The fiercely rising beautiful heavenly flame and the black fog that covered most of the empty space like a black cloud were like 2 ancient giant beasts fighting against each other.
The closer it was to the end, the more tense the atmosphere between the two became. It was as though a small opportunity was all that was needed to completely ignite the atmosphere in the battleground. The frightening wave that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flame continued to sweep across the entire empty space. At this moment, even Xianxia, who was known for his playfulness, involuntarily had a flush on his white face. The dou qi within his body was exhausted, causing the current Xianxia to be unable to ignore the heavenly flame wave. The current situation in the battleground was no longer something that he could control. Faced with the heavenly flame that repeatedly attacked him, Xianxia could only helplessly and bitterly endure. Xianxia involuntarily cursed in his heart as he bitterly sighed in his heart. The merger of 5 types of heavenly flame was something that Xianxia had attempted on the Douqi continent in the past. Even the angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from the merger of 6 types of heavenly flame was also held in Xianxia's hand. However, it had never been like this. 5 types of heavenly flame actually caused him to be so tired. Although he cursed in his heart, Xianxia clearly understood that this continent was no longer the Douqi continent. Only in this place was Xianxia able to truly experience the true strength that Yao Lao had told him about back then. Burning the heavens and boiling the seas, the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, incinerating everything in the world, the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Back on the Douqi continent, when Xianxia had controlled the purifying demonic lotus flame, he had relied on the purifying demonic lotus flame to defeat the Hall of Souls and fight the Northern Dragon King. At that time, Xianxia had thought that he had truly unleashed the strength of the heavenly flame. After all, the angry Buddha lotus flame was already the maximum limit that Xianxia could unleash the strength of the heavenly flame. However, it was only after he had become an emperor and displayed the ancient Dou technique, the heavenly flame eternal ruler, that he realized that the heavenly flame that Yao Lao had mentioned did not appear to be that powerful. Now that Xianxia had come to the Yuanwu continent and met Guyu, he finally realized that it was not that the heavenly flame was not as powerful as it was rumored to be. Instead, the heavenly flame that he knew was not a true heavenly flame. Bang! The dense white firestorm swept over the entire empty space, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Many large rocks fell from the darkness. They appeared just like a different kind of storm in this empty world. Soon after, however, the frightening heavenly flame storm swept past and turned into nothingness. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Xianxia and He Mu suddenly changed. They revealed a deeply shocked expression. The strength of the bone-chilling flame was something that Xianxia had personally witnessed. However, this was the first time that Xianxia had seen such a powerful flame. After merging with its actual body, the strength of the bone-chilling flame had reached an extremely frightening level. Based on the strength that the bone-chilling flame had unleashed, it was likely that it would not be inferior to the nihility-devouring flame on the Douqi continent. This also caused Xianxia to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement at the same time that he felt surprised. TSK. I really did not expect that a mere seed flame would be able to unleash such a terrifying might. It's hard to imagine. If the bone-chilling flame were to unleash all of its might, wouldn't that kind of might be able to destroy the world? Haha, the strength of a heavenly flame is far more frightening than you understand. Hence, if you wish to raise the burning flame mantra to the highest tier, it is impossible without true ability. The shock within Xiaoyan's heart naturally did not escape Guyu's attention. Guyu did not forget to add another obstacle to Xiaoyan's heart while he ridiculed Xiaoyan with his mouth. There was naturally no need to doubt the strength of a heavenly flame. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan's path to raise his strength would be even more difficult. Old Gu's words were not purposely adding pressure to Xiaoyan. Instead, he wanted to let Xiaoyan clearly understand just how high the requirement of strength was for the path that he would take in the future. His current strength was far from sufficient. Xiaoyan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing old Gu's words. His strength came from a heavenly flame. Only by controlling an even more powerful heavenly flame would he be able to truly gain a foothold in this Yuanwu continent. At that time, the aim of the ghost-shattering gate would be revealed. On the other hand, He Mu's skinny body involuntarily trembled after he sensed the frightening wild and violent aura within the bone-chilling flame. He had actually sensed a trace of a frightening aura that caused him to be incomparably fearful within the heavenly flame. The terror of that aura was even greater than when he was at his peak. Bastard! Where exactly did this brat obtain this heavenly flame? How can it be so frightening? This brat,
Why is the aura on his body a little strange? The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame caused He Mu to involuntarily curse. Even though this was the case, it was still difficult for him to hide the shock in his heart. However, compared to the doubt in He Mu's heart, the frightening storm that was formed by the bone-chilling flame did not give him any time to consider. The moment the wild and violent dragon-like dense white, heavenly flame storm swept out, an unknown number of layers of the invisible space that had been torn apart once again exploded. Within the empty space, the flickering lightning-like spatial storm was like numerous small snakes attached to the periphery of the heavenly flame storm. They violently smashed towards the still incomparably overbearing heaven-capturing claw. When the heavenly flame storm attacked, the heaven-capturing claw, which was as thick as a dragon pillar, suddenly clenched. A frightening strength also began to wreak havoc. Immediately, a thunder-like explosive sound reverberated over this empty world. The invisible space was like a balloon that was being squeezed between the gaps of the claw. The half-opened and half-closed hand claw tore through the empty space. An incomparably sharp wind transformed into numerous invisible pillars that violently smashed towards the dense white firestorm that was similarly filled with an imposing aura. Unfortunately, this invisible pillar, which even an ordinary bandit would not dare to be careless when seeing it, was like a gentle breeze brushing past the heavenly flame storm. It scattered with a bang, before it was even 1,000 feet from the heavenly flame storm. After the pillar was broken, the distance between the heavenly flame storm and the heaven-capturing claw became increasingly smaller. In just an instant, these two powerful Do skills that possess destructive strength would collide with a bang. The ending of this battle would also officially arrive. In a short instant, the heavenly flame storm and the heavenly flame storm had already violently collided with each other at the same time when the pillar was broken. However, what welcomed Xiaoyan and He Mu was an instant of silence. It was as though two different colored cotton balls had collided in the empty space. Not the slightest sound was emitted, however. In the next moment, a glaring white light shot out from the middle of the collision like a sun in the dark night, causing one to be unable to open one's eyes. Bang! Soon after, a frightening explosion that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb transformed into a circular invisible air wave that swept over the entire space. Chapter 181. Xiao Yan and He Mu, who were outside of the arena, were naturally unable to escape from such a frightening air wave. When the air wave attacked, the two of them felt as though there was an invisible Mount Tai in the space in front of them. The frightening force caused their chests to be instantly flattened. Xiao Yan only felt a trace of sweetness on the tip of his tongue. After a wave of giddiness passed in his mind, his frail body was directly sent flying. However, soon after Xiao Yan's body flew for nearly 10,000 feet, another wave of even more frightening energy storm suddenly attacked. It carried an aura that could destroy the world as it suddenly attacked. Before Xiao Yan could regain consciousness, it violently smashed into his chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like sound mixed with a wave of bone-breaking sounds appeared. Xiao Yan's body was immediately sent flying like a football that had been kicked. He turned into a shooting star in the empty space and shot toward the other side of the space. The wild and violent energy was like a wild wind and tsunami as it attacked Xiao Yan's body. The frightening spiritual strength that was contained within the storm directly invaded Xiao Yan's soul. The terror of an E-class Do technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. By combining Do Qi and spiritual strength, not only was it more powerful, but the spiritual strength within it could also directly injure one's soul. This point was something that other ordinary Do techniques could not compare with. However, just as the frightening energy was about to enter Xiao Yan's body and wreak havoc, a bang sounded from within Xiao Yan's body. A large cluster of dense white flames rose and completely swallowed the wild and violent energy and spiritual strength that had entered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already fainted. Ugh! Little fellow, you are really crazy. If the old me was not here today, I want to see if you would be able to survive. After dealing with the wild and violent energy, a faint old voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged from deep within Xiao Yan's body and merged into the fire symbol between Xiao Yan's brows. The next moment, Xiao Yan, who had already fainted, slowly opened his slightly shut eyes. His dark black pupils were already filled with a dense white raging flame. The corner of his mouth was lifted and revealed a playful smile. His eyes were slowly raised and shot through the dazzling white light toward the similarly extremely weak He Mu. His mouth laughed softly as he said, "Next, let me accompany you to play." The white light that was like the sun slowly scattered. The scene within it had also once again become clear. At this moment, after that wave of attacks, Mu, who was similarly quite injured, could not help but reveal a joy on his shriveled old face when he saw the scene in the arena.
His pair of shady eyes were filled with coldness. Looking from a distance, the dense white heavenly flame wave in the empty space had already completely scattered. The only thing that was still standing in the empty space was the enormous claw of Ling Tian. The E-class Do technique did indeed live up to its reputation. Even though it did not live up to its great reputation back then, it was still this strong. It was actually able to forcefully scatter such a peerlessly frightening attack like the heavenly flame. It was likely that this heaven-capturing claw could be considered extremely strong even when placed among the E-class Do techniques. Although the E-class Do technique was strong, even so, 3 of the 5 dragon pillar-like hand claws on the heaven-capturing claw had already been broken. Even one of the remaining 2 hand claws was only left with less than half of it. There were still a few clusters of dense white heavenly flame remaining on the broken part. Following the burning of the heavenly flame, the heaven-capturing claw was also repeatedly being incinerated. It was a long while later before it gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of him, Mu's brows were involuntarily knit together. He felt quite surprised in his heart. The bone-chilling flame was indeed worthy of being an existence ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. Even though this was only a seed flame, the strength that it erupted with was still something that even a proud class Do technique had difficulty completely suppressing. A heavenly flame was really this frightening. However, although the heavenly flame was strong, it was ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. There was still quite a big gap when compared to an E-class Do technique. Seeing that the heavenly flame was broken, a smile immediately surfaced on Mu's face that was covered with strange lines. His mouth involuntarily let out a mocking sound. Tsk, human brat, so what if it is a heavenly flame? So what if it is a Do technique that has transformed into a spirit? It is ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. Compared to an E-class Do technique, it is merely a baby. The arc on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he heard these words. His gaze turned toward the empty space. A glow flashed across his dense white eyes. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed faintly. Ah, is that so? Don't tell me that you have forgotten that the final layer of the lotus core is accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Although the voice was calm, it was like a wave of clear thunder that was transmitted into the black fungus, causing the expression on his face to swiftly change. Only then did he hurriedly turn his gaze toward the empty space. When his gaze turned over, a cluster of milk-white gentle light quietly flashed across the empty space. It cut through the empty space and once again collided with the heaven-capturing claw. The milk-white gentle light was just like a lustrous white warm jade. If one were to look carefully, one could even faintly see a somewhat illusionary snow-white lotus flower. The milk-white light cluster slowly cut through the empty space, scattering down numerous specks of light that formed a long tail in the empty space. When Mu's gaze landed on the milk-white light cluster, his sinister old face immediately became solemn. At this moment, even with his character, he had no choice but to admit that the strength contained within this light cluster had already reached the stage where it could shake the heaven-capturing claw. The thing that caused Mu to feel the most bewildered was that even with his experience, he was actually unable to identify exactly what kind of heavenly flame this light cluster in front of him was. Hiss! From the wild and violent aura on this thing and the frightening temperature that does not lose to any heavenly flame, this thing is indeed a heavenly flame. However, since when did such a milk-white heavenly flame appear on the heavenly flame ranking? What exactly is this thing? At this moment, the feeling of danger within the depths of Mu's heart quietly rose once again, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily increase by quite a bit. This also caused Mu to once again recall the trace of strange aura that was emitted from the bone-chilling flame earlier. When he thought of this, Mu's expression became even more solemn. Could it be that the aura from earlier belonged to this heavenly flame? When he thought of this, Mu involuntarily felt a deep chill. The terror of that aura was naturally something that he had deeply experienced. If what he was thinking in his heart was really the case, would the terror of this attack not exceed his expectations? Unfortunately, when Mu thought of this point, the milk-white light cluster had already carried a long tail and violently collided with the broken heaven-capturing claw. In the next instant, an even more glaring white light shot out in all directions. This time around, Even with He Mu's character, he involuntarily narrowed his eyes when the white light shot over. When He Mu focused his gaze, he saw through the white light that surrounded the heaven-seizing claw. At the place where the two clashed, the outer layer of armor on the heaven-seizing claw had been completely destroyed. Cracks spread out and covered the entire heaven-seizing claw. On the other hand, the somewhat illusory snow-white lotus flower within the milky white light cluster had become increasingly real at this moment. Faintly, there was a human figure at the center of the lotus flower. The human figure's hands were held in front of his chest. Between his palms, there was an even smaller version of the lotus. The difference was that the lotus was formed from over 20 different colors. In the next instant, under He Mu's gloomy gaze, the dazzling lotus slowly flew out from the human figure's palms and collided with the heaven-capturing claw that seemed to be wrapped by a spider web. Soon after, an extremely terrifying explosive sound spread out. The entire space shook because of this, and everything within it was completely destroyed. In the spirit ginseng tribe, on the surface of the ground where the great formation had been set up, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet wide formed a pitch-black abyss under the continuous shaking of the ground. At this moment, Old Luo's figure had once again appeared in the sky above the abyss. At the same time, his expression was grave as he looked at the abyss below. Chapter 182. A roar that could cause one's eardrums to explode suddenly resounded over the entire space. At this moment, even the muscles at the corner of He Mu's eyes were involuntarily squeezed together. The gap between his teeth that was revealed at the corner of his mouth was repeatedly sucking in threads of hot air. An enormous Do-Chi storm swept over the entire space. The crack lines that covered the entire hand claw in the air also emitted a glaring golden light. Soon after, a clear breaking sound was emitted. The huge heaven-capturing hand claw was forcefully broken at the waist. Soon after, another wave of frightening Do-Chi storm once again swept over. This space was repeatedly destroyed by wave after wave of frightening storms. This entire space had completely turned into a human purgatory. He Mu was also repeatedly forced back by this wild and violent storm. The empty space under his feet collapsed time and time again. The frightening wind continued to bombard his body. If it was the body of an ordinary expert, it was likely that he would have long since been turned into dust. At this moment, He Mu finally felt a little powerless. The resistance of Qing Mu deep within his soul had also gradually become clear. If he could not swiftly finish off Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to make a comeback once Qing Mu woke up. Bastard! Do you really think that this venerable self has no way of dealing with you? Humph, today, I will let you experience the tactics of the ginseng spiritual tribe. After letting out a low cry, He Mu suddenly slammed his palm violently on his chest. His face immediately turned red and a mouthful of essence blood was spat out. As this mouthful of essence blood was spat out, He Mu's complexion rapidly turned deathly pale. His aura also abruptly dropped to rock bottom. However, it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the corner of his mouth hung a sinister smile. After spitting out the essence blood, He Mu's shriveled hand swiftly formed a seal. The little Do-Chi in his body also gathered into the essence blood at this moment. This continued until a certain moment when a ruthless expression flashed across He Mu's eyes. His right hand also violently slammed into the essence blood cluster in front of him. After this palm strike, the palm-sized essence blood cluster instantly exploded into pieces, turning into droplets of blood that scattered over the empty space. Ha! Ginseng spirit root, come here! With a loud shout, He Mu raised his head and looked at the sky above him. At the same time, he raised his palm with his palm facing upwards. It was as if he was trying to summon something. Swish! After a few breaths, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. He Mu once again let out an explosive roar. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. Then, he fiercely pulled it back. Space cracked as an emerald green tree root with a diameter of several hundred feet broke through the air under this force. The cruel smile on He Mu's face widened when he saw this tree root. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. The dense white flame in his eyes also burned even more intensely at this moment. No wonder the spirit ginseng race is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. So it turns out that there's actually a traitor like you who wantonly wasted the inheritance left behind by your ancestors. It's truly a great crime that deserves death. Although Xiao Yan thought in his heart, he did not attack. He really wanted to see the ability of the spirit ginseng race. He also wanted to see just how much of the spirit ginseng race's strength could be displayed by He Mu. Seeing the emerald green tree root in front of him, He Mu's dark old eyes revealed a cold expression. His tongue violently licked his lips as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Xiao Yan, He Mu involuntarily frowned. However, he quickly threw the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. His right hand turned into a claw. His flat fingernails were as sharp as blades at this moment. Immediately, his right hand was inserted into the spirit ginseng tree root in front of him, piercing the core of the root. Bang! Another explosion sounded at the spot where the creamy white light cluster collided with the heaven-capturing claw. A frightening Do Chi storm once again swept over like a tsunami. Ha! At this moment, He Mu's dark black and deep old eyes had been completely replaced by a dark green color. The flickering light gave off an extremely evil feeling. The strange dark green lines that covered his entire body also emitted waves of strange light. He Mu's aura was also swiftly recovering at an extremely frightening speed. Faced with the frightening storm that was attacking him, He Mu's reaction was only a soft aha. However, this was all. The frightening storm appeared to have collided with a wall. It abruptly turned around and was annihilated in this empty space together with the storm that came right after. After a strange laugh, He Mu's hand, which was inserted into the tree root, was suddenly withdrawn. At the same time, the enormous spirit ginseng tree root also emitted a bang sound and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Jie. Yen Xiao, do you know how many years this spirit ginseng root needs to grow? He Mu casually shook away the fragments. He felt that his body was once again filled with strength. He looked at Xiao Yan, and opened his mouth to speak with a sinister smile. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not comment. The He Mu in front of him would answer him one by one. 4,000 years. 4,000 years of accumulation in order to become a Do Di. Tell me, is this easy? However, you merely used less than an hour to use it to recover to the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Hearing the words from He Mu's mouth, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows again. His mouth similarly replied in an indifferent manner. Cuckoo, being able to be used by me, its life of training was not in vain. If it was still alive, I wonder what it would think. If it was still alive, would the spirit ginseng tribe be in this state? Hearing the words of Xiao Yan, He Mu immediately became a little agitated. His mouth directly pointed at the current spirit ginseng tribe. The spirit ginseng tribe has sealed themselves in. They think that they can be independent just because they are ignorant of the matters of the world. Don't tell me that these old fellows are not aware of the state of the continent. The current ruin of the spirit ginseng tribe is all caused by them. I only want the spirit ginseng tribe to rise once again. What is wrong with that? What right do they have to seal me? Toward the end, He Mu's emotions were close to madness. His mouth repeatedly cursed the older generation of the spirit ginseng tribe. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. The spirit ginseng tribe naturally needs to be revived. However, the method you have chosen is wrong. Your ancestor might have been wrong, but you should not have done the opposite. The tree demon is a great taboo of the spirit ginseng tribe. By turning into a demon, you are... Enough. You really speak a lot. I am merely giving you a chance to breathe. Do you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as this venerable self? Once he finished speaking, He Mu could not be bothered to say anything else. The Do Chi within his body surged wildly. The broken connection between He Mu and the heaven-capturing claw was once again forcefully reconnected. The corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he sensed the wild and violent strength within the heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was indeed an E-class Do technique. Even at this moment, it was still incomparably powerful. Swoosh! Suddenly, He Mu's body moved. His body had already disappeared from the spot. At the same time, all the remaining Do Chi within the heaven-capturing claw began to wildly erupt at this moment. Soon after, a frightening storm once again swept through the entire space. The final attack of the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw had completely erupted. Chapter 183. Within the mysterious space, the full-force attack that contained all of the Do Chi of the two half-emperor experts completely erupted. A frightening Do Chi storm raged in the empty space. Xiao Yan and He Mu within it appeared as though they had nothing to do with it. They were completely unaffected. Following the explosion of the two Do skills, an enormous mushroom cloud slowly formed in the empty space. A frighteningly high temperature and a grayish-white fog that permeated the sky filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. At a glance, all that one could see within this space was a grayish haze. Within a short couple of breaths, this place appeared to have changed into a completely different world. At this moment, the expression of Xianxia did not change in the face of this. The figure that stood in the empty space did not move at all. His eyes narrowed and a strange glint flashed across his densely white eyes. The aura of his entire body was withdrawn, and he appeared just like an ordinary person without any cultivation. The grayish energy fog slowly spread. Finally, it wrapped around Xiaoyan within it. With his sight blocked, Xiaoyan simply closed his eyes and allowed the fog to wrap around him. The corner of his mouth continued to carry a playful smile. Swoosh! A sharp rushing wind sound appeared. The energy fog in the space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly parted to two sides. Soon after, a tiny spatial crackline appeared in the space in front of Xiaoyan's chest. A shriveled hand that was covered with strange dark green lines was extended from it. A palm violently pressed down on Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted. Within the empty space, Xiaoyan still did not move at all. When one looked at his chest again, the shriveled hand that was violently pressing down was easily blocked by another white hand that was heading toward him. This hand appeared to be casual. However, the moment the two palms came into contact, the surrounding empty space suddenly collapsed like a dam that had been flooded. At this moment, at a glance, the shriveled palm seemed to be difficult to resist. That seemingly white palm actually possessed even more strength than the shriveled palm. Ha! At the moment when the two forces came into contact, there was a cry of surprise in the void. Obviously, he was quite surprised that Xiaoyan still had the strength to resist at this moment. The thing that shocked him the most was that the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed at this moment was actually not inferior to his current self. How is that possible? With his current state, how could he possibly possess such strength again? No, that's impossible. In the void, He Mu stared in shock at the white palm that was fighting against him. His heart was filled with bewilderment. Do Qi gathered in his palm. Immediately, the shriveled hand suddenly shook. At the same time as it separated from the white hand, the turbulent Do Qi in his palm suddenly spluttered out and smashed toward the white hand. At this moment, Xiaoyan also suddenly opened his slightly shut eyes. Two terrifying heavenly flame light beams shot out from his densely white eyes and completely incinerated the Do Qi that was smashing over. At the same time, that white hand followed up with another attack. The instant He Mu's hand entered the empty space, it violently smashed toward it. In the next moment, one could hear a bang sound. The empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly exploded. A skinny human figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Grug! After that human figure forcefully stopped his body, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A pair of dark eyes carried an expression of disbelief as they looked at Xiaoyan 1,000 feet away. He Mu's body that was sent flying suddenly shook in the empty space. His feet violently stomped on the empty space and his left hand violently smashed toward the empty space behind him. As the Do Qi gushed out, He Mu borrowed the reaction force to completely stop his body. Sensing the waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his right arm, even with He Mu's mental fortitude, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched intensely. The palm that followed closely was even more frightening than the one before. Being caught off guard, He Mu also suffered quite a bit. When He Mu focused his gaze and looked over, his gaze was fixed on the pair of densely white eyes of Xiaoyan. Seeing this, He Mu's eyes immediately shrunk. He recalled the two heavenly flame light beams from earlier and his heart suddenly trembled. It was a long while later before his eyelids trembled slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. You are not Yan Xiao. Hearing the affirmative words from He Mu's mouth, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. His densely white eyes stared at He Mu as he used the same tone to speak. You are not Qing Mu. When these words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately trembled 3 times. The casual attitude of Xiaoyan in front of him caused him to feel an extreme danger. Being able to hide in Xiaoyan's body without him even noticing, just this point alone already indicated that his strength was at least above that of a Do Di. However, in He Mu's current condition, his strength was at the very most a 9-star half-emperor. Compared to this person, The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although the current He Mu's strength was at least comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, a half-emperor was ultimately only a half-emperor. In front of a true Do Di, he was still so weak. From the looks of it, the gap between the current He Mu and Xiao Yan was like the gap between a man-class Do technique and an E-class Do technique. This was not just a difference of 1 or 2 stars. If one had to describe it, it would be a huge chasm. Bastard! Who exactly is this brat? Why is there such an old demon in his body? At this moment, He Mu's expression involuntarily became completely gloomy. He did not expect that a little half-emperor would actually be able to turn him, a Yuanzong expert from back then, into such a miserable state. He had also never expected that a Do Di would actually exist in the body of a little half-emperor. However, regardless of how he thought, the current situation was that He Mu, no longer had any way out. In front of a Do Di, his current little strength was really insufficient. However, in the next instant, a thread of hope once again rose within He Mu's heart. His dark old eyes narrowed into a thin line as he stared at Xiao Yan. The grave expression on his face slowly disappeared. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a strange smile. He Mu might not really have no way out. Ha 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 ha. A Do Di is actually hiding in the body of a little half-emperor, not daring to show himself to others. Why? Does a dignified Do Di only know how to do such despicable things? Suddenly, He Mu raised his head and let out a mocking laugh. His dark old eyes stared at Xiao Yan on the opposite side. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The expression of Xiao Yan did not change in the face of this. His eyes flickered slightly as he similarly looked at He Mu and softly opened his mouth to laugh. Why? Do you really wish to see my actual body? He Mu laughed softly when he heard this. A glint flashed across his eyes as he once again opened his mouth to laugh. A scoundrel. So what if I don't see you? Unfortunately, this venerable self will actually die in the hands of an unknown despicable person. My heart is really unwilling to accept this. He Mu actually did not forget to shake his head and sigh when he finished speaking. This caused the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan, on the opposite side, to become even denser. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan opened his mouth to laugh coldly. Since you wish to see my actual body so much, I shall give in to you. Die thoroughly. A glint suddenly flashed across He Mu's eyes after his voice sounded. He laughed coldly in his heart. Chapter 184. The fire seal between Xiao Yan's brows flickered in front of He Mu's eyes. Soon after, a faint dense white light cluster slowly drifted out. It gradually transformed beside Xiao Yan's body and transformed into a white-robed old man. It was Guyu. When Guyu left Xiao Yan's body, the unconscious Xiao Yan's body softened and fell into the empty space. Guyu appeared to have expected this. A thought passed through his mind and his sleeves fluttered. An invisible force swept out and supported Xiao Yan's body in the empty space. He Mu, who had been staring at Guyu, flashed the moment Guyu appeared. He left behind an afterimage on the spot and charged toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the empty space. From the way He Mu saw it, since this old fellow beside him had hidden in Xiao Yan's body without harming him, it meant that the relationship between the two of them was not simple. As long as he could control Xiao Yan, he would be able to force Guyu to hold back. Although He Mu's strength was clearly inferior to Guyu's, He Mu was confident that he could capture Xiao Yan the moment Guyu left Xiao Yan's body. Although 1,000 feet was quite a long distance, it was covered in the blink of an eye for these Bandi experts. At the same time that He Mu's body disappeared, the empty space beside Xiao Yan's body suddenly distorted intensely. He Mu's body instantly appeared. At the same time that He Mu appeared, his movements did not pause even a little. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and swiftly grabbed at Xiao Yan's neck. All of this might seem long, but it happened in a split second. It was only at this moment that Guyu finally revealed himself. However, He Mu's hand claw was already less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's neck. Given this distance and He Mu's speed, even an elite Do Di would not be able to react in time. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was bound to fall into He Mu's hands. However, even at this moment, Guyu, who had already reacted, remained unmoved. It was as though his heart was filled with despair. He stood in the same spot without moving. He Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw that Guyu did not move from the corner of his eyes. His heart felt strange. Given Guyu's strength, he should have already reacted to He Mu's actions. even if he knew that Xiao Yan would still end up in his hands, he should not have simply waited for death. However, He Mu was confused by Gu Yu's actions. However, in the next moment, just as He Mu's fingertips touched Xiao Yan's collar, Xiao Yan's body, which was being supported in the air, suddenly went limp and fell toward the endless void below. Ha! When he saw this scene, He Mu's eyes suddenly shrunk. The expression in his eyes changed and he swiftly reacted in his heart. His body in the air forcefully twisted as he flipped his hand and violently threw a palm strike at the empty space behind him. Bang! The empty space in front of him suddenly exploded the moment his palm was thrown forward. A shriveled hand was extended from nowhere and violently collided with He Mu's palm. When the two palms collided, the expected evenly matched strength did not appear. Instead, the instant the blackwood came into contact with the palm, the force in the palm was forcefully destroyed by an even more domineering force as if it was breaking rotten wood. He Mu's body swiftly fell toward the empty space below as fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan was also falling below him. The fresh blood that He Mu spat out turned into a blood arrow that ruthlessly shot toward the empty space on the other side. However, a cluster of dense white heavenly flame emitted a puff sound and appeared in the air when the blood arrow was formed. It instantly incinerated the blood arrow into nothingness. However, it was also at this moment that the falling He Mu had once again appeared above Xiao Yan's head. The corners of He Mu's mouth carried an evil smile. His eyes stared at the already unconscious Xiao Yan in front of him as if he wanted to devour a person. He extended his hand and it landed on Xiao Yan's face, intending to control Xiao Yan in his hand. However, just as He Mu's hand was about to grab Xiao Yan, a dense white heavenly flame rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body with a puff sound. It enveloped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. He Mu's hand then violently pressed against the heavenly flame. Sizzle sizzle. Instantly, a sizzling sound that was similar to being barbecued was emitted from within. Accompanying the sound was a faint smell of burnt meat. He Mu's face, which was still wearing an evil smile a second ago, suddenly became distorted a second later. His entire face appeared to have been violently ravaged. It was twisted into a ball, giving him a frightening appearance. After a hissing pain, He Mu forcefully withdrew his hand. The dou qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. After a few fierce attacks, he finally extinguished the bone-chilling flame that was still stuck to his hand. At a closer look, his hand, which was originally only skin and bones, had become a bloody mess at this moment. If one were to carefully observe, one could roughly see the dense white bones under the skin. There were a couple of thumb-sized bloody holes in his palm. At a glance, one would involuntarily feel a chill on one's back. He Mu forcefully endured the heart-wrenching pain from his palm. An extremely furious and cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze and instantly stared at Gu Yu, who had already appeared in the void. He immediately reprimanded angrily. "What are you doing here?" "Humph. What a fellow who hides his head and shows his tail. It is unexpected that a dignified dou di like you is actually so despicable." A cold glint flashed across Gu Yu's dense white eyes when he heard this. His mouth emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he opened his mouth to speak. "Ha ha. In terms of despicableness, I am really not even 1,000th of you. A mere bandit actually dares to shamelessly boast about being despicable in front of the old me. Do I even need to use any tactics to deal with you?" Gu Yu waved his sleeve after uttering those words. Immediately, a large cluster of bone-chilling flames swiftly spread from the empty space under his feet, spreading over a large area. He Mu's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this attack. His body, which was standing in the empty space, suddenly withdrew by 500 kilometers. Only after he withdrew from the area covered by the bone-chilling flame did he look at Gu Yu with a frightened face. Both of his eyes were filled with an incomparably grave expression. It was a long while later before his mouth finally spoke with great difficulty. You are the owner of the bone-chilling flame?" Only at this moment did He Mu completely understand that this old man in front of him was likely the owner of the trace of aura that he had sensed earlier. Did this not mean that the strength of this old fellow, who had entered Xiao Yan's body, was at the very least an expert at the origin state? Gu Yu merely laughed coldly when he heard the words from He Mu's mouth. He was non-committal as he slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He extended his index finger and gently pressed it on the empty space in front of him. His mouth spoke at the same time. "Seal!" As soon as he gave the order,
White flame pillars appeared out of thin air within 1,000 feet of He Mu in this space.
Hundreds of light pillars were connected.
Within a couple of breaths, they formed a heavenly flame cage that trapped He Mu within it.
Chapter 185.
He Mu's eyes slowly swept over the heavenly flame cage that had trapped him. At this moment, the expression in his eyes had become extremely grave.
His heart was filled with both shock and fear.
He had never expected that the old fellow in Xiaoyan's body would be so powerful. It should be known that based on the aura that he had sensed earlier, the true strength of this old fellow in front of him was even greater than when he was at his peak. The strength of this old fellow in front of him had at the very least reached the Great Origin Zone level. He Mu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart when he thought of this. A Origin Zone expert was not someone that the current him could deal with.
However, how could He Mu be so easily resigned to this?
Although his strength was inferior to the other party, he was once an expert at the Great Origin Zone level. Moreover, He Mu had prepared for over 1,000 years in order to completely escape the Ginseng spirit tribe's restraints. Now that he had ended up in such a state because of Xiaoyan, how could he swallow this anger?
Humph! Even if you have trapped this venerable self, what can you do to me?
At the very most, this venerable self will die together with the owner of this physical body.
At this moment, He Mu's heart was incomparably alarmed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do.
Gu Yu's strength far exceeded his.
Since he couldn't defeat Gu Yu, he could only use green wood as a final barrier to threaten Gu Yu. He believed that Gu Yu wouldn't easily attack with green wood in his hands. Unfortunately, although He Mu was somewhat confident in his heart, there was one thing that he had not expected. Gu Yu did not care about Qing Mu's life or death. Gu Yu only cared about Xiaoyan. Hence, Gu Yu involuntarily snorted after hearing He Mu's threatening words. He lifted his eyebrows and looked at He Mu.
Gu Yu involuntarily laughed out loud when he noticed the expression on He Mu's face, which appeared as though he was prepared to die together with He Mu. After which, he stared at He Mu with an indifferent expression and opened his mouth to laugh.
Are you planning to use Qing Mu's life to threaten the old me?
He Mu slowly withdrew the smile on his face when he heard the strange meaning in Gu Yu's words. He frowned and looked at Gu Yu with narrowed eyes.
What? Do you really intend to kill me and Qing Mu together? What do you think?
Gu Yu's voice was quickly emitted after He Mu's words sounded. He Mu's eyes suddenly shrunk when he heard the indifference in Gu Yu's words. His heart, which had calmed down earlier, was once again suspended in his throat. Could it be that the old bastard before him really intended to kill him and Qing Mu together? When he thought of this, He Mu's entire body trembled violently. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. His heartbeat became even more intense at this moment, and his breathing also became hurried. He Mu seemed to have suddenly recalled something a moment later. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at Gu Yu. Coincidentally, his gaze met Gu Yu's densely white eyes. At the instant when the two of them looked at each other, there seemed to be an invisible wave of terrifying icy cold energy shooting towards He Mu, causing He Mu to hurriedly shift his gaze away. An icy aura was suddenly emitted from the empty space in front of He Mu when he shifted his eyes away. By the time He Mu carefully looked at it, the empty space a couple of inches in front of him had already been sealed by ice. The corner of He Mu's mouth twitched slightly. A fury immediately surged into his heart. The Do Chi within his body surged as He Mu suddenly waved his hand. A Do Chi pillar shot out and shattered the cold ice in front of him. He Mu once again turned his eyes to Gu Yu. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph! You are really a vicious and merciless person. If you really do not have any misgivings, this venerable self will not be able to escape death. However, I think that your relationship with Yan Xiao is not ordinary. If I am not wrong, this brat should be your disciple." Gu Yu immediately lifted his brows when these words were uttered. A surprised glint flashed across his eyes, but a cold smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. He Mu was really overthinking things. However, Gu Yu had indeed thought of something. If it was someone else, Gu Yu might have already ended the matter. However, the key was that Qing Mu had some relationship with Elder Luo in the outside world. This relationship was also beneficial to Xiaoyan. Otherwise, he would not have bothered about Qing Mu or He Mu. Gu Yu did not have the mood to think too much about his disciple. He knew quite a lot about Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had also mentioned Yao Lao's existence to him. Hence, even Gu Yu had to admit that he was not suitable to be Xiaoyan's teacher.
Hey, you are not a fool. You even know to use him to restrain me.
However, the old me is not his teacher. Heimu involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard Gu Yu's words.
It was unexpected that Xiao Yan's teacher was someone else. At the same time, Heimu once again sighed in relief. His throat rolled as a smile once again surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He was just about to speak when Gu Yu quickly opened his mouth. However, what does this have to do with the old me? This brat knows him, but the old me does not. This Qing Mu is merely a King Yuan.
The old me does not think highly of him.
Heimu's expression changed again before Gu Yu's words sounded. His heart was so angry that he wished he could slap Gu Yu to death. However, at this moment, a soft cough attracted the attention of Gu Yu and Heimu. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan, whose face was still pale, slowly opened his eyes in the empty space. Although Gu Yu had already given Xiao Yan a medicinal pill, the overconsumption of Do Qi earlier had still caused him to be extremely weak. Fortunately, at the very least, the current Xiao Yan was able to do some activities. Xiao Yan stood up with great difficulty.
His eyes contained some gratitude when he saw Gu Yu by the side.
Gu Yu smiled in response. He turned his head and continued to look at Heimu. He opened his mouth and laughed.
Hey, if it were not for the old me today, this little life of yours would have been lost.
Xiao Yan smiled.
He was naturally aware that if Gu Yu was not beside him, he would still be bound by the vine ball and could only wait for death to arrive.
However, he also knew that Gu Yu would definitely help him. Hence, he had the courage to fight with this old ghost from 10,000 years ago.
Humph.
Yan Xiao, it is unexpected that there is such an old demon in your body.
This venerable self has indeed underestimated you. However, this venerable self wishes to see if this protective talisman of yours will really kill this venerable self and the owner of this body.
Heimu's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan.
He did not dare to relax even a little. He had already made up his mind.
If Xiao Yan really dared to ignore Qingmu's life, he would definitely let Qingmu die a horrible death. Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard the words from Heimu's mouth. Qingmu had an extraordinary relationship with Elder Luo. Regardless of who he was trying to rope in, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore Qingmu's life and death. All right, why are you spouting so much nonsense? I was merely teasing you earlier. However, since this brat has already woken up, there is no need for me to continue playing with you. Before Xiao Yan could do anything, Gu Yu had already looked at Heimu with a cold smile. His hand was slowly extended from under his sleeve and slowly clenched into a fist in the empty space. At the same time, the heavenly flame cage that had trapped Heimu also became smaller.
Hey, next, you should obediently accept your fate.
Chapter 186.
In the dark space, a heavenly flame cage of a few hundred feet in size was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Gu Yu was looking at Heimu with a cold smile outside of the cage. His eyes were filled with coldness. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he heard the words from Gu Yu's mouth. Given Gu Yu's intelligence, how could he not know what Xiao Yan was thinking? Of course, he would not ignore Qingmu. Xiao Yan once again threw a grateful gaze at Gu Yu.
However, Gu Yu acted as though he did not see it.
His eyes continued to focus on Heimu.
Heimu's eyes swiftly swept over the heavenly flame cage, which was less than 1,000 feet in size and was becoming smaller.
His heart began to burn with anxiety.
He had experienced the terror of the bone-chilling flame before his eyes. Based on his current condition, not to mention forcefully enduring it, even if he was just slightly touched by it, it would cause him great harm. The shady scene in front of him could be considered a prisoner. The dense white heavenly flame cage finally slowly wrapped around Heimu's body in front of his anxious eyes.
Ah!
Ah! The waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his body caused him to involuntarily emit a sharp cry from his mouth.
However, this pain left as quickly as it came. The dense white bone-chilling flame left behind numerous strange charred symbols on Heimu's body before it completely disappeared. At this moment, Heimu was horrified to discover that the Do Qi in the vortex within his body had been completely sealed the moment the heavenly flame disappeared. Without the support of his Do Qi, the current Heimu was just like an ordinary old man. He no longer posed any threat to Xiao Yan. Given Heimu's current condition, it was likely that any initial stage dojo would be able to kill him. A former Yuanzong expert had actually fallen to a state where he was even inferior to an ordinary person.
This was indeed surprising when one thought about it. Cough cough. I didn't expect that my plan for 1,000 years would be defeated by a stinking brat like you. Brat, once I leave this spirit ginseng race again, I'll definitely search the entire continent and kill you to attain my Tao. Coughing out a mouthful of fresh blood, Mu slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan with a venomous expression. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth made him look even more bloodthirsty. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing these words. He glanced at Gu Yu, who was looking at Mu with a cold smile. Only then did he look at Mu and laugh. Since old Gu has already sealed your Do Qi, he has no intention of allowing you to continue living. Don't tell me that you have not even noticed this. Once those words were spoken, Mu's eyes narrowed. Then, his expression changed. He sneered and started to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. What? Are you really going to disregard Qingmu's life and death and forcefully kill me? Let me tell you, I have already completely merged with Qingmu's body. If I die, Qingmu will die as well. Since you want to kill me, you will have to step over Qingmu's body first. How about it? Come kill me. Kill me, and all troubles will be solved. Mu had a disapproving expression when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He completely ignored Xiao Yan's words. Due to the uniqueness of the spirit ginseng race's body, Mu's soul had already perfectly merged with Qingmu's body. Although Gu Yu was not weak, Mu believed that Gu Yu was at the very most an advanced source ancestor. As long as Mu had not broken through that barrier, Mu would not be able to completely separate his soul from Qingmu's body with his current strength.
Do you really think that the old me does not dare to kill you? Gu Yu cried out coldly. He extended his hand and a terrifying suction force instantly appeared in his palm. It pulled Mu, who was dozens of feet away, in front of him. Gu Yu clenched his hand and firmly grabbed Mu's neck. Humph! The spirit ginseng race's body might be special, but it is nothing in front of the old me. It will be extremely easy for me to extract your soul. Gu Yu's hand, which was grabbing Mu's neck, suddenly loosened after his words sounded. Mu's flushed face also relaxed at this moment. However, before Mu could focus, Gu Yu's hand suddenly turned into a claw. Mu's horrified eyes were followed by a sudden force. Gu Yu's hand ruthlessly pierced into Mu's heart. At that moment, Mu's body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have turned into a block of wood as he stood there motionlessly. He had never imagined that Gu Yu would actually attack without any hesitation. Moreover, Gu Yu had not held back at all. Xiao Yan, who was watching by the side, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He was also stunned for a moment. The heart was the source of life for all living creatures. Once it was damaged, one would definitely die. Although they could survive without a physical body given their strength, their souls would definitely be damaged if their hearts were damaged. This was not something they were willing to see. The scene at this moment was indeed frightening enough. Without saying anything, Gu Yu withdrew his hand from Mu's chest. However, when Xiao Yan focused his eyes, he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. What had appeared in Gu Yu's hand was not a bloody heart like he had imagined. Instead, it was a palm-sized, tender yellow, tree root. At this moment, at a glance, there was a layer of grayish-black fog lingering on the surface of this tender yellow tree root. Even 1/3 of the tree root had already turned pitch black. When Xiao Yan saw the pitch-black fog on the tree root, he immediately understood that it should belong to Mu. As long as he could remove the blackness, Mu would be able to completely awaken. You, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about the spiritual ginseng tribe? At this moment, Mu's terrified voice was once again transmitted. He did not expect Gu Yu to know the fatal weakness of his spiritual ginseng tribe. Humph! However, any faction with some strength would know about such a small matter. Isn't the most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe the ginseng spiritual root? Gu Yu laughed coldly in response to Mu's words. In the end, Mu's soul became even more terrified. Gu Yu was right. The most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe was the ginseng spiritual root. This was also the case in the eyes of the humans in the outside world. The ginseng spiritual root was the lifeblood of the spiritual ginseng tribe. It was the most precious thing. However, in the eyes of the other tribes, it was a natural treasure. This was why the spiritual ginseng tribe had been killed.
This was also one of the many reasons why the spiritual ginseng tribe had decided to hide from the world.
Chapter 187.
However, what He Mu was truly afraid of was not that Gu Yu knew the secret of his spirit ginseng tribe. Instead, he was afraid of Gu Yu's heavenly flame. The spiritual ginseng tribe was a plant and was naturally restrained by heavenly flames. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party knew about the spiritual ginseng root, he would not be afraid. However, if the other party had a heavenly flame, it would be a different story. While the ginseng spirit root was regarded as a supreme treasure of the world, its toughness was also enough to amaze the world. The strength that the ginseng spirit root had obtained after thousands of years of cultivation allowed it to gain a tough body. The toughness of the ginseng spirit root was comparable to some of the extremely rare metals on the continent. Ordinary weapons were already unable to cause any damage to the ginseng spirit root. Only some truly divine weapons could forcefully cut it apart. Of course, given Gu Yu's strength and the Genesis Qi in his body, he could break the ginseng spirit root with one hand. However, the consequences of doing so were obvious.
He Mu would die, and Qing Mu would not be able to survive.
Gu Yu casually tossed the ginseng spirit root in his hand into the void in front of him. With a thought, a cluster of blazing white flames wrapped around the ginseng spirit root. Immediately, a painful roar sounded from within the raging flames. From the sound of it, it was He Mu.
Ah! You lunatic!
If you continue like this, even if I die, Qing Mu will die. The intense pain from his soul made He Mu feel even more pain.
However, he continued to use Qing Mu to threaten Gu Yu.
TCH. You're really noisy. Don't you realize that Qing Mu's spirit is slowly recovering while your spiritual strength is gradually weakening? The heavenly flame cluster was quiet for a couple of seconds after hearing the words from Gu Yu's mouth. After He Mu recovered, he suddenly let out a hysterical roar.
No.
Impossible.
How is this possible?
No matter how perfect your control of the bone-chilling flame is, how is this possible?
No. This is impossible. You. What exactly are you?
During He Mu's earlier investigation, he was shocked to discover that while the ginseng spiritual root was being refined by the heavenly flame, only his spiritual energy was burned by the heavenly flame. Qing Mu was completely unharmed. In fact, under the burning of the heavenly flame, among the ginseng spirit root, Qing Mu's soul, and He Mu's soul, only He Mu was being refined by the heavenly flame. Even the visible hairs on the surface of the ginseng spirit root were not burned by the heavenly flame at all. However, in He Mu's opinion, this was something that was completely impossible. Even if the other party was a high-level alchemist whose control over wondrous flames had already reached the acme of perfection, wondrous flames were wondrous flames after all. No matter what, it was still something born of nature and nurtured by heaven and earth. It was the most violent energy in the world. The high temperature contained within a wondrous flame was enough to turn a piece of mysterious metal into magma even from a great distance, much less at such a distance. Even with Gu Yu suppressing the wondrous flame when it was unleashed, the bone-chilling flame should be able to burn the hairs on the ginseng spirit root into nothing the moment it appeared. However, Gu Yu's control over the bone-chilling flame had already merged into one. He was able to control the bone-chilling flame as though it was his own arm. The heavenly flame was him, and he was the heavenly flame. He Mu's soul immediately shook as though it had been struck by lightning when he thought of this. His mind was completely blank. Two faint words were slowly transmitted from deep within his soul. Fire spirit, fire. Fire spirit? He Mu spat out these two words in a hoarse voice. Immediately, he seemed to have lost all his strength. His entire soul stiffened, and his originally weak aura swiftly disappeared. Fire spirit. Just these two words were enough to cause He Mu to lose all hope of living. Although the words from He Mu's mouth were nearly undetectable, who was Gu Yu? Given his current strength, he could even clearly hear the sound of wind blowing through leaves, much less at such a close distance.
Humph, that's enough.
I won't waste any more time with you. You were once a Genesis sect powerhouse, but now, you should obediently show yourself for this old man.
Gu Yu let out a cold cry.
His shriveled hand suddenly covered the ginseng spirit root while He Mu's aura was at its weakest. At the same time, a frightening spiritual strength wildly surged out of his palm. It swiftly poured into the ginseng spirit root and forcefully severed the connection between He Mu's soul and the ginseng spirit root. Finally, Gu Yu used his spiritual strength to firmly imprison the ginseng spirit root.
It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Gu Yu's spiritual strength wrapped around He Mu's soul, it also wrapped around Qing Mu's soul, which was in the same body as He Mu. Gu Yu's overbearing actions caused Qing Mu to let out a miserable roar that hurt even his soul. Soon after, a glint shot out from Gu Yu's eyes. His extended hand suddenly clenched. It seemed as though something had been grabbed by his palm at this moment. He slowly withdrew his shriveled hand. The bone-chilling flame that wrapped around the ginseng spirit root also disappeared. After the heavenly flame disappeared, the ginseng spirit root was once again exposed to the empty space. The small part of the ginseng spirit root that had turned dark because He Mu's soul had invaded it had completely disappeared at this moment. Although there was still some gray fog remaining on the ginseng spirit root, it would quickly resolve itself once Qing Mu recovered. Gu Yu slowly opened his clenched hand. At this moment, a cluster of pitch-black soul was continuously trembling in his palm like a black fog. Teach! Gu Yu's nose once again emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he looked at the trembling He Mu in his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes to Xiao Yan by the side. Gu Yu randomly threw He Mu's soul into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat lazy manner and slowly opened his mouth to speak. You should know what to do next, right? Xiao Yan looked at the trembling He Mu in front of him. He naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Yu's words. However, when he turned his eyes to Gu Yu, the latter turned his body and flew into the depths of this realm. At this moment, the Do Qi within He Mu's body had been sealed. His soul was also seriously injured. He no longer posed any threat to Xiao Yan. Hence, Gu Yu could naturally leave without worry. A sincere smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he looked at Gu Yu's back. After Gu Yu's figure gradually disappeared, Xiao Yan finally spat out 2 words from his mouth. Thank you very much, old Gu. The ears of Gu Yu, who was flying through the empty space in the distance, twitched slightly the moment Xiao Yan uttered these words. His mouth let out a soft scoff as the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Gu Yu lifted his eyes. A glint flickered in his dense white eyes as he looked into the depths of this realm. Allow the old me to see just what the secret of the ginseng spirit looks like.